aj preto, aby som bol viac zručný a aby som nestratil slovo a nevyknekal som nič, to som napísal dopredu. Takže ešte raz ďakujem, že ste tu na konferencii Minorities to Minorities. Prišli sme tu, aby sme na základe skúseností aj myšlienok aj z prvej konferencii predstavili konkrétne návrhy. Pre tých, ktorí tam neboli a nemáme ani záznam, aj nejaké súčen som napísal, veľmi dobrú prednášku sme počuli od paralelné bubliny Párhu Samoč Puborieko. To mi veľmi páčilo, lebo skúsili mladí Slováci a Maďari lepšie pochopenie, čo je ako veľmi dobrý nápad a veľa takých projektov, rozhovorov organizovali, ktoré je veľmi potrebné tu na Slovensku. A tá celá myšlienka taktiež bola, že aj oni chcú vytvoriť inkluzívnu krajinu, čo pre všetkých bude spravodlivá. A takisto ako náš logo na Minorities, chceme odstrániť tie bublinky a lepšie sa pripájať navzájom. A veľmi mi páčila prednáška pána Tomáša Dunkova, kto pôvodne by bol tu aj dneska, ale bohužiaľ je chorý. On je z občianskej združenie Svet ticha. A ich práca sa zameriava na oblasti, ktoré štát nevidí alebo ignoruje. A ich skúsenosti a know-how sú neoceniteľné pre všetky menšiny. Čo vlastne robia? Na prednáške sme sa dozvedeli o rôznych formách hluchoty a o tom, aké veľké znevýhodnenie čelia rómske deti, žijúce v segregovaných komunitách. Znevýhodnenia, ktoré si mnohí z nás predtým ani nevedeli, neuvedomovali. Diskutovali sme aj o posunkovej reči a o tom, že jednotlivé národnosti majú rôzne formy posunkového jazyka, čo môže viesť k ešte väčšej izolácii menšín s rôznymi formami hluchoty. Ako vieme, keď sa navzájom sa poznáme, vieme aj také problematiky, aj také know-how naučiť, čo je pre všetkých a pre celú krajinu veľmi dôležité. Skúsenosti z rozhovoru s Jánom Fialom Butorom môžeme využiť aj dnes. Oni vďaka okrúhleho stola Maďarov na Slovensku mali takú iniciatívu Právna pomoc, a sme získali aj vklad aj do úspechov, že čo vlastne vytvorili, ako pracovali s ochrany menšín Maďarov na Slovensku, ale aj sme videli do nejakej problematiky, že kde majú hranice a čo by sme mali my lepšie urobiť. A tiež sme mali prednášku program Národný kontaktný bod CERV, a predstavili hlavné ciele, pričom zdôraznili plánované výzvy na ďalší rok, najmä iniciatívu EQUAL, ktorá podporuje boj proti rasizmu, xenofóbii a iným formám diskriminácie. Užitočné príležitosť pre všetkých účastňujúci, ktorí sú tu aj dnes. A mali sme tiež prednášku od Inštitútu Mateja Bela, a poukázali na význam výskumu pre spoločnosť. Počas posledných rokov sa im podarilo svojou terénnou prácou a sociologickými výskumami preklenúť medzery, ktoré štát dlhodobo ignoroval a pristupovali otvorene ku všetkým menšinám. Skrátke na dneska. Takže na základe skúsenosti a hodnôt z našej prvej konferencie by sme vám dnes radi predstavili konkrétne a zásadný spoločenský návrh. Ukážka práce jednotlivých organizácií nestačí. Boli už aj predtým nejaké konferencie, alebo ľudia sa chceli navzájom poznať, každý si urobil nejakú prezentáciu a potom odišli domov a nič z toho nebolo. A chceme ísť preto ďalej. a potrebujeme k tomu vytvoriť spoločnú platformu a získať podporu aj médií, aby sa naša správa dostala k čo najväčšiemu počtu ľudí a dozvedeli, že existuje taký možnosť a sme lepšie pripájali. My sme dali hore na Facebook nejaké ads, preposlali sme 120 e-mailov a pre tých, ktorí sme poznali alebo sme dozvedeli, že pracujú v oblasti, čo by mohla byť relevantná pre našu konferenciu alebo by mali mať záujem spolupracovať, tak sme skúsili osloviť, ale nie je to tak ľahké. Takže potrebujeme aj média, aj networking, aby každý z každým, koho pozná, sa zapájal. A na záver by som rád vyjadril svoju vďaku všetkým, ktorí umožnili vznik tejto iniciatívy. V miestnosti vidíte krásny roll-up, ešte krajším mužom, ktorý počas uplynulého roka významne podporoval našu prácu. Takže ďakujeme veľmi pekne Viktorovi za celoročnú podporu a samozrejme ďakujeme za podporu aj Minority Rights Group Europe a Pilnetu, že prijali našu žiadosť o grant v rámci programu Mario Fellowship. Vďaka tomu sme mali kapacitu realizovať našu prácu tento rok a veríme, že sme aj zatiaľ nesklamali a že vieme spracovať s tým aj naďalej. A ako už uviedla Veroni Gyenge vo svojom úvodnom prejave, čo bola vynikajúca, ja by som tak po slovensky nevedel tak improvizovane prednášať. Pripravili sme naozaj pestrý deň, v rámci ktorého sme sa snažili zapojiť čo najrozličnejšie hlasy k danej téme, čo chceme vytvoriť. Predtým, ako odovzdám slovo, ešte dovolte mi požiadať váš potlesk pre kolegu Kristófa Braunsteinera, ktorý vám podrobne predstaví návrh, kvôli ktorému sme sa dnes zišli. A ďakujem za pozornosť.
Komunitné fórum. Už sme o tom hovorili, už aj viacerí to skúšali, ale skúsime to aj my. A vlastne čo chceme? Chceme vytvoriť platformu, v ktorej vieme spojiť naše sily. Lebo máme všelijaké menšiny v menšinách, ľudí, ktorí majú takú identitu, že v rámci jednej menšiny ešte sú aj v inej menšine a tak ďalej. A ako vidíme, ako sa vyvíja ten svet náš, aj lokálne, aj regionálne, aj na vyššej úrovni, na celoeurópskej a globálnej úrovni, tak vidíme, že to ide dosť do takého smeru, že dominuje nenávisť. Stále viac a viac, takže musíme proti tomu nejako bojovať a ide to ľahšie, keď proti tomu bojujeme spolu. Takže vlastne, čo by sme chceli? Chceli by sme vytvoriť tú platformu na kooperáciu a posilniť aj naše postavenie v spoločnosti, aj nejak tým spraviť osvetu tej majoritnej spoločnosti, aby sa dozvedela o tých menšinách, aby si vedela spraviť lepší obraz o tých menšinách, aby to neboli len nejaké stereotypy alebo nejaké dezinformácie, ktoré sa teraz šíria bleskovo po celom svete. A chceme vlastne apelovať na to, že že tie rôzne menšinové skupiny majú veľmi často tie isté výzvy, tie isté problémy, s tými istými ťažkosťami sa stretávajú pri tých celých procesoch toho organizovania, tak vlastne preto by sme chceli spraviť tú platformu, aby tam bola nejaká výmena vedomostí. Jedna z tých vecí je funding. To pozná každý, kto robí v tejto sfére. Treba nejak získať peniaze. Takže treba zistiť, kde sú nejaké granty, odkiaľ by sa dali získať peniaze, a tak ďalej. A jasne, že to trvá veľa času a zobere to veľa aj energie. A hlavne, keď sú to nejaké menšie občianske združenia alebo neziskovky, tak jasne, že tá kapacita tých ľudí není nekonečná a tým, že hlavne v tých menších organizáciách väčšina ľudí tam aj pracuje dobrovoľne, alebo značná časť, tak nemajú na to tie štruktúry, aby vytvorili nejakú takú pozíciu, na ktorej by osoba sa fakt len zaoberala s fundingom. Takže to je jedna vec a druhá vec je sa dozvedieť o tom, že aké granty vlastne existujú, čo by sa dalo, kto už o aké granty požiadal, kde pozná nejakých ľudí aj osobne a vlastne to by sme chceli na tieto výzvy nájsť nejakú spoločnú odpoveď. Potom druhá výzva je pasívna cieľová skupina. Takže to je jedna vec, že občianske združenie alebo neziskovka robí nejakú komunitnú aktivitu. Druhá vec je nejak aj presvedčiť tých ľudí, ktorí sú vlastne našou cieľovou skupinou, že to je dôležité, čo robíme. A tým pádom poukázať na to, že proste máme nejaké celospoločenské problémy, ktoré stavia riziko pre nás všetkých, tak ako ekonomické ťažkosti, vyľudňovanie regiónov, počet návštevníkov na kultúrnych podujatí, ktorý niekedy tiež klesá, starnutie obyvateľstva a klimatická a environmentálna zmena, ktoré sú fakt, že existenčné problémy pre všetkých ľudí a to isté platí aj pre menšiny. A je tam ten problém tej zníženej perspektívy budúcnosti, ktorá je dosť silná hlavne u mladších ľudí. Takže je niekedy ťažké presvedčiť tých ľudí, že má to význam robiť takúto prácu, alebo sa aj do len malej miery podieľať na takýchto aktivitách. Ďalším problémom, s ktorým sa stretávame často, je indiferentná alebo aktívne diskriminujúca majorita. A to zase, čo je vlastne tá majorita, ale proste máme takú istú časť obyvateľstva, ktorá sa počíta k majorite. A tu sú potom také problémy ako delenie spoločnosti na my a oni, hľadanie toho nepriateľa v rámci spoločnosti, kde veľmi často sú to potom menšiny, ktoré sa stanú tými nepriateľmi, lebo kvôli ním nie sú peniaze, kvôli ním. Hej? Ale všetci vieme, že tie menšiny toľko peňazí z toho celého rozpočtu nezoberú, takže zase to je len o tom, že istá časť spoločnosti vytvára ten obraz toho nepriateľa a to môže viesť k diskriminácii až k segregácii v spoločnosti a s tým sa stretáva viacero menšín. A ďalšia vec je, že tým pádom ten hlavný problém je, že tam chýba tá idea tej zdieľanej ľudskosti, že my sme na tejto planéte, keď sa tu pozrete na túto fotku, tak tam vidíte tú malú bodku a to je Zem. To je tá známa fotka Pale Blue Dot z Voyagerovej sondy a tam žijeme všetci a musíme si nájsť nejaký spôsob, aby sme tu žili naďalej za dobré podmienky. A to proste pri štiepení spoločnosti sa veľmi dlho nedá. A potom je ešte existenčná hrozba menšinových inštitúcií, škôl, vzdelávacích stredísk, kultúrnych inštitúcií, kultúrnych klubov, ktoré sú veľmi často závislé od štátnych financií. A to, keď sa dostane štát do takej nepriaznivej politickej situácii, kde ten pohľad na tie menšiny je negatívny, respektíve, že ich buď nepotrebujeme, alebo nechceme, tak veľmi často tie peniaze už nie sú. A to je tiež taká vec, ktorú by, keby sme robili osvetu, by sme tak museli propagovať aj tej majoritné obyvateľstvo, že keď sa začne škrtanie kultúrnych a vzdelávacích financií pre menšiny, tak to tam nikdy neskončí a to príde aj na majoritu. A potom máme vlastne celkovo kultúrny a vzdelávací úpadok celej spoločnosti. A tým pádom, že chýbajú potom peniaze pre tie inštitúcia, tak vlastne, že chýba aj ten ľudský kapitál. Takže nebudeme mať šancu dostať toľko dobrých ľudí s takým know-howom, ktoré by sme potrebovali. Takže keď máme spoločné problémy, tak možno vieme nájsť spoločné riešenia. Zdieľaný žiaľ je polovičný žiaľ, to je také nemecké príslovie. Ja, geteiltes Leid ist halbes Leid. A vlastne o to ide. Že veľmi často sme tak dosť izolovaní v tých menšinových skupinách, alebo aj čo sa týka neziskovky. A chceme to prepojiť, aby sme aj poprvé búrili všelijaké predsudky a stereotypy ohľadom iných menšín, ako tých intermenšinových, hej, že vieme, že aj ľudia v menšinách sú ľudia, takže jasne, že tam budú tiež predsudky, také niekedy až diskriminačné správanie a také veci. A to by sme museli tiež niektorí zapracovať na tom. Nehovorím, že tí, ktorí tu sú prítomní, ale vieme, že proste bohužiaľ v tých menšinových komunitách je tiež často, že ľudia majú nejaké rasistické, homofóbne a iné diskriminačné predstavy. A tým pádom, že by sme sa spojili, tak tým pádom by sme vedeli aj diverzifikovať tie stratégie v riešení problémov, lebo každá organizácia už robila niečo, má nejaké stratégie, má nejaké nápady, ale je to vždy dobré, keď sa to premieša a dostaneme sa do toho takého štádia, že vieme myslieť out of the box. Že nájdeme nové riešenie a to fakt niekedy stačí si sadnúť a porozprávať sa pri čaji, pri káve alebo pri pive o tom, že čo by sa dalo, taký brainstorming spraviť a potom z toho vedia výjsť veľmi zaujímavé nápady. A tým pádom chceme vlastne pracovať na tom, aby sa posilnila tá solidarita v tých intermenšinových vzťahov, čo by mohlo viesť k tomu, že by sa posilnili aj vzťahy medzi majoritou a menšinami. Takže pri fundingu napríklad, keď sa spojíme, tak sa vieme dozvedieť o všelijakých nových grantoch alebo o grantoch, o ktorých sme ešte nepočuli. Vieme si dávať tipy navzájom, na čo treba dbať, ako to formulovať, ako to napísať. Hej. Sú ľudia, ktorí majú už veľa skúseností, lebo napísali už veľa grantov. Sú niektorí z nás, ktorí ešte len začínajú robiť v tejto sfére, takže je to dôležité. A napríklad to, že táto konferencia sa starala realitou, tak to je tiež len kvôli tomu, lebo sme komunikovali s ľuďmi z iných neziskoviek a ľudskoprávnych organizácií. Napríklad nápad na to, že existuje také ako Minority Rights Group, sme dostali od ľudí z maďarského National Democratic Institute a tak sme sa dozvedeli, tak sme vedeli, že možno, že by sme mohli dostať nejaké peniaze na nejaký zaujímavý projekt a stalo sa a tým pádom sme tu. Už na druhej konferencii a ešte k tomu sme natočili aj film, o ktorom ešte vám poviem niečo, ktorý na konci dňa premietame. Hej, tak problém s tou pasívnou cieľovou skupinou je tiež to, že vlastne ide o marketing, ide o to, ako osloviť tých ľudí v tých menšinách, ide o to, ako aj spraviť takú osvetu, aby tí ľudia realizovali, že dobre, že my sme diskriminovaní, ale aj oni sú. A to znamená, že keď my sa v tej diskriminácii tých druhých postavíme na stranu tých diskriminátorov, tak tým možno vyhráme temporárne niečo, ale určite nie nadlho, lebo proste keď je nejaká skupina ľudí, ktorí diskriminujú menšiny, tak tým asi bude jedno, že aká je to menšina. Hej, možno na istý čas to bude, využijú na to, aby tých, ktorých povedali, že najprv nechcú mať v ich spoločnosti alebo blízkosti, aby ich potlačili, ale príde to na rad aj pri ostatných. A tým pádom, že sme všelijaké organizácie, máme všelijaké stratégie, tak tým pádom každý mal nejaké spolupráce buď s športovými klubmi, alebo s cirkvami, alebo so školami, so vzdelávacími inštitútmi, s inými ľudskoprávnymi inštitútmi a každý má také svoje know-how, každý má nejaké svoje taký pohľad na ten celý svet a na ten celý proces a tým pádom tam fakt vieme vytvoriť taký, ako by som to nazval, ako well of knowledge, hej, že proste prinesieme tie nápady spolu a vytvoríme z toho niečo nové. Tiež jeden príklad na tom, ako to fungovalo s Oltalom, inštitútom z Maďarska. Oni chceli robiť image film pre UEFu, pre tú futbalovú organizáciu. A oslovili nás, či by sme im nevedeli pomôcť. A tým pádom sme im pomohli pri natočení. Hej, takže bola tam nejaká kooperácia, spolupráca, ktorá mala aj svoj rezultát. No a proste diskriminácia rôznych menšín väčšinou, to je aktívne rozobraná téma, o tom počujeme dosť veľa. O tom sa už toľko nehovorí, ako je to s diskrimináciou v rámci menšín alebo tých intermenšinových vzťahov, kto koho nemá rád, lebo však dobre nás diskriminuje, ale ich nemusíme a také veci. A je to dosť veľký problém a je to niečo, čo my nejak musíme na to fakt robiť dosť silnú, tak povedzme pravdu, silnú propagandu, aby to nebolo. Aby ľudia realizovali, že proste keď sa medzi sebou budeme stále hádať, tak nedostaneme to, čo chceme. Lebo stále nás budú vedieť instrumentalizovať proti tomu druhému, lebo však vieš, oni sú takí a hen takí a čo ja viem čo. No a na to by bola tiež dobrá toto komunitné fórum, táto platforma, aby sme na takom zapracovali možno nejakú spoločnú taktiku na to, ako presvedčiť ľudí v našich menšinách, že ľudia z iných menšín nie sú zlí, ale sú to tiež ľudia ako my. A tam je ešte aj otázka, že čo je vlastne väčšina, lebo keď sa pozrieme, tak aj väčšina sa delí na všelijaké menšiny. Môžeme tam začať na regionálnej báze, alebo na sexuálnej identite, alebo hoci čo. Proste to nikdy neskončí, keď ideme štiepiť spoločnosť ďalej a ďalej. No a pri existenčnej hrozbe menšinových inštitúcií môžeme začať s tým, že keď už máme nejaké tie inštitúcie v rámci svojej menšinovej komunity, že budeme dbať na to, aby sme spolu organizovali nejaké podujatia. Hej, že v maďarských školách, aby boli, alebo v maďarských kultúrnych inštitúciách, keď som z maďarskej menšiny, takže vychádzam z toho, že by tam boli nejaké spoločné podujatia s queer ľuďmi, s ľuďmi z iných národnostných menšín, alebo z náboženských menšín, lebo aj tých máme, alebo aj ľudí so zdravotným postihnutím. No a potom tam už máme taký ten mix, hej, že všetci majú niečo, čo ich robí vlastne unikátnym, lebo tie menšiny sú unikátne. Je to taká črta, čo nás tak robí ľuďmi, hej. A preto by to bolo veľmi dôležité, aby sa takéto podujatia tiež organizovali. Lebo keď proste zanikne kvôli politickej a ekonomickej situácii ten funding týchto inštitúcií alebo zoslabne, tak to vlastne môže viesť k tomu, že buď inštitúcia zanikne, a tým pádom tam nebude už nejaký priestor na to, aby sa kultúra rozvíjala, aby sa identita rozvíjala, aby sa jazyk rozvíjal. A tým pádom to môže viesť k asimilácii a vice versa, hej? Že ľudia stratia ten záujem o tú vlastnú kultúru z tej danej menšiny nejak propagovať a rozvíjať. A to zase môže viesť k tomu, že to vyzerá tak, že není o to záujem, tak nepotrebujú toľko peňazí a tak. Hej? Tak vytvorí sa taký cyklus vlastne. No, takže vlastne komunitné fórum by sme chceli mať ako taký centrálny bod, kde sa vieme o týchto problémoch porozprávať a jasne, že máme aj iné problémy, takže aj iných. Takže to sú len také najväčšie výzvy, ktoré čakajú tieto organizácie. Hej? No a jedna možnosť je spoločný programový plán. Hej, buď sa dať do skupiny spolu a požiadať spoločne o nejaký grant, vymyslieť nejaký program, kde budú reprezentované viaceré menšiny, alebo keď už sú nejaké programy rozbehnuté, tak tam sa tiež dajú nastaviť nejaké kooperácie už pri tom, ako sa ten projekt realizuje. Alebo keď sa dokončil program, tak môžeme si spraviť také, že reviewing, recenziu spraviť toho, hej, ísť na nejaké, keby tam bol nejaké, že záverečná konferencia, záverečný program, hej, aby sme sa podporovali navzájom. Takže to by bola taký ten centrálny nápad toho celého. Jasne, že tam sú tie hlavné styčné body, územná príslušnosť, takže kde tie organizácie sú aktívne, respektíve ako veľmi sme flexibilní na to, aby sme aj cestovali nejaké väčšie vzdialenosti alebo menšie. A jasne, že aj záujmový profil, ale tak vlastne ide o to pri tom komunitnom fóre, aby sme si aj tie záujmové a činnostné profily trošku zväčšili. Aby sme mali nejaký väčší horizont, na ktorý sa pozeráme. Hej, napríklad my sme mali taký spoločný program, by sa mohol nazvať ten film, ktorý sme natočili o vietnamskej menšine a tam my ako OZ-čko z maďarskej menšiny sme sa o to zaujímali, že vlastne akým procesom oni prešli, aby sa stali oficiálnou uznávanou národnostnou menšinou. Hľadali sme tam nejaké spoločné body, že vlastne čo prežívali ľudia z vietnamskej menšiny, keď vyrástali, čo sme prežili my, kde tam boli spoločné traumy alebo spoločné nielen traumy, ale aj spoločné prednosti, lebo však byť v menšine, to nie je len o tom, že sme utlačaní a máme traumy, to je aj o tom, že máme obrovské možnosti tým, že dostaneme ešte nejaký jazyk, alebo úplne inak vnímame ten svet. Hej. Takže aj na to sme chceli poukázať a tým pádom vlastne tento film sa stal realitou a je to aj dobrý spôsob na to, aby sme aj, keď sa ten film dostane k dosť ľuďom v majoritnej spoločnosti, aby sme na to poukázali, že vlastne sú tu všelijaké menšiny a veľmi často si prejdú takými istými výzvami a možno niekedy tá majoritná populácia si to ani nevšíma, lebo berú si isté veci ako samozrejme, ale presne takéto projekty sú tie, ktoré by vedeli spraviť tú osvetu, aby sa otvorili oči ľuďom. Hej. A preto by v tomto komunitnom fóre by išlo o to, aby sme agregovali záujmy. Hej. Takže združujeme záujmy jednotlivých menšín v rôznych sférach. Hej. Lebo sú rôzne sféry, kde menšiny zažívajú niekedy podobné diskriminácie ako vzdelávanie, alebo v zdravotníctve, alebo používanie materinského jazyka. To sa teraz zase skloňuje, lebo zase začali hovoriť o tom, že ten jazykový zákon chcú nejak zmeniť, aby vlastne znemožnili použitie materinského jazyku vo verejnom styku menšinového. Alebo rodová rovnosť. A rovnosť osôb so zdravotným postihnutím, to je tiež obrovská téma. Ešte stále žijeme v dosť patriarchálnej spoločnosti, takže tiež je na tom, čo robiť. A to potom ešte nehovoríme, že ako ťažko to majú transrodoví ľudia, hej? Lebo to je ešte stále u veľmi veľa ľudí vnímané ako nejaká choroba. A proste tam je veľa roboty, čo musíme spraviť. Hej. Sloboda náboženského vyznania tiež, no, v zdravotníctve vidím, že to mi to odkatovalo, ale tam by malo byť, že zamestnanie a bývanie. Hej, to je tiež taká sféra, kde dojde k veľa diskrimináciám. Hej, a na príklade zdravotníctve, hej, keď sa pozrieme na rómsku menšinu. Hej, tam je až niekedy diskriminačne nízke skutočné pokrytie tej zdravotnej starostlivosti v tých regiónoch, lebo sú to zanedbané regióny. Nie sú tam peniaze. Nie sú na to ľudia a pri rozhodovaní tých financií sa rozhodne, že no, nejdeme tam dať toľko peňazí, lebo není to pre nás priorita a no, je to tragické potom. A to, čo Tamás na začiatku hovoril, že pri predošlej konferencii sme tu mali pána Dunka, ktorý nám porozprával o tom, že aké to je vyrásť v rómskej komunite s zdravotným postihnutím ako nepočujúci človek, tak to je už taká níša, že tam fakt treba na to dbať, aby sa tam dostalo dosť tých materiálnych prostriedkov, aby sa to dalo riešiť. Alebo aj obmedzenie gejov a bisexuálnych mužov pri darovaní krvi. Hej, to je ešte stále na Slovensku zakázané, hoci už v iných krajinách prišli na to, že to je proste, nemá to význam. Hej? Lebo aj tak sa tá krv otestuje a keď tam by bola nejaká kontaminácia, tak sa to aj tak vyfiltruje. Dobre. A nakoniec to, že ľudské práva nie sú transakčné. Hej. Tam to nie je zablokované, ale keď to, počkajte, viem to dať naspäť, aby to nevyzeralo tak. Hej, ľudské práva nie sú transakčné. Hej, takže chceme robiť na tom, aby sa nevytvorila taká atmosféra alebo taká situácia, že dobre, my vám pomôžeme len, keď vy nám pomôžete a vy ste vtedy nepovedali na to nič, takže my vám teraz nejdeme pomôcť a tak, lebo tým sa nedostaneme nikam a to vlastne je tiež taká vec, čo nehovorím explicitne vám, lebo som si istý, že vy to nevnímate tak, ale to je tiež taká vec, ktorá by mala ísť do éteru. Takže to by bola taká téma, ktorá by mohla byť spracovaná tým komunitným fórom. Hej, a poukázať na to, že fakt sme na tej jednej malej planéte v tento celom univerze a zatiaľ to vyzerá, že my sme kvázi jediná planéta, kde je život, a sa vyvíjal tak, že sme v takom štádiu, že vieme rozmýšľať nad takými vecami a že by sme to fakt mali sa spojiť. A ešte aj nielen, by som povedal, že nielen v rámci tých menšinových organizácií, ale aj s inými aktivistami, hej, s klimatickými aktivistami a tak ďalej. Lebo fakt čelíme veľmi veľkým rizikám na tomto svete. A tým by som to aj dokončil. Ďakujem pekne pre Minority Rights Group a Mário, že ste nám to umožnili a ďakujem vám všetkým, že tak tvrdo pracujete na tom, aby sme žili lepšie. Ďakujem pekne a odovzdám slovo nášmu ďalšiemu prezentujúcemu.
So, good morning. Hello, everybody. I put my background up because I wanted to share that actually I'm not so far from you. I come from the Dunakanyar, the next to Visegrad. And I am the current director of United for Intercultural Action, which is the story that I will have to or should tell you about. And of course, when it comes to United, it has been my job, but also before I became part of United Secretariat, it was also something that in Hungary, in my little organization, was actually driving me towards anti-racism, because more than 20 years ago, the first time we met, United and I, was during the Anti-Racism Day, and that was what established my original Hungarian organization as well, to do some events around the 21st of March. And because of this, we established our NGO in 2001. So United inspired us to work, and then in 2005, I started to work for my NGO in a more fuller capacity, and then we hosted a United conference in 2010, and then I became very interested in 2015 when the previous director, said that he wants to rearrange the organization, and then later, I became the program director, and then finally the network director of United, and this is the capacity that I'm having now till the end of this year. But still, it has been my passion, and also something that inspired me and many other international actors, organizations to start working in anti-racism. So the questions that we're gonna face today, beside introducing you what United is and does, are about networking and why networking is important, or why networks are important. And in order to understand that, we have to go back in time when United was founded, and before the time of internet, when people were still slow mailing each other and faxing and such things in the 90s. So in 1991, the Yugoslavian war started, and in the Western societies, a lot of people, organizations, including the church, the trade union, single individuals, recognize that there is a new migration, political asylum seekers, but also financial migrants who just wanted to go to West, are coming in larger numbers, and especially because of the Yugoslavian war, a lot of real refugees, in the term that they are persecuted in their countries or they flee from war, arrived in large numbers into the Netherlands and to other Western countries. And there was nobody really who knew what to do about it, and they faced often similar xenophobic attitude that nowadays also is very vigilant in European societies. And there was also not really a governmental agency or aid that was central and somehow dealt with the human rights conditions of these people. So there was a lot of protests and lobby and pushback from the civil society and towards the government, saying we need to deal with this and not ignore neither the xenophobia, neither the refugees' human aid. And they made demonstrations randomly and not united. So the predecessors that established this organization said that we need some form of unity, some collective voice, and some sort of umbrella organization that can unite all these different parties, not political parties, but stakeholders per se, and somehow not tell them what to do, but echo their voices. So United was established as a grassroots organization. Member organizations who are working on the same field came together and established a network. And this network had their secretariat in the Netherlands and started to work on concrete policy agendas, suggestions for the Dutch government, organizing campaigns, creating know-how, trainings, and all sorts of things, but with the help of the network. And this is how United was established. So if I may I wanted to share with you one of our presentations about what is United. Can I share my screen? What do you think? Presentazione. Yes. It's the Zoom one. Yeah, technicalities are always there. Just a sec. Yep, that's the one. So we go presentation mode. I'll show it. Ooh. When you have two different tools, sometimes they don't like each other. So now you can see it maybe. Can you? Do you see my screen as presenter? I think yes, I see myself from the video. So this is a United Conference picture from the past, and we have this kind of as a delegation presentation. Maybe I will skip some slides, they're maybe not relevant, but it can explain you how United is functioning now, so in the current time, and then we can talk about maybe how it was established and the other questions that I got from Philip. So first of all, we have a video, but I will show you this later. So the most important element that it started as a Dutch NGO, but it became a pan-European network. Pan-European for us also means that we are heavily invested in the eastern side of Europe, because in the Western societies, NGOs and civil society is way older, meaning that they are pretty established, they know what they are doing. So of course, there are new organizations popping up every year, but at the same time, the majority of the organizations in, let's say, Spain or England are pretty established, and they don't need get much information from the European Center or orientation in what to do and how to do things. So we are pan-European because we have members. We used to have members from Russia, Ukraine, the Balkans, and at the same time the south of Europe, so of course Italy, Spain, but as well also from the UK. So we were really pan-European. We were never really focusing just on the EU states or member states of the European Union, especially when it was established. There was not yet the Eastern enlargement with Hungary and Slovakia joining. So it was always focusing on this bridge role that Secretariat is in the Netherlands, so quite close to the center where European Union is functioning, and kind of connecting organizations that have a little bit less access to information and know-how and resources when it comes also to money. The three main pillars were always anti-racism, anti-fascism, and against nationalism. We believe that these three quite easily correlate. So where there is a high nationalism, there is usually quite high racism as well. And racism leads to the governmental logic of fascism. So these three do have a lot of things in connection, and that's why the ancestors who started it decided to name these three pillars as the main issues that we are combating or fighting, but in support of migrants and asylum seekers, refugees, because of course when we talked about, I already mentioned how it was established, but since then also United has done a lot of work on refugee support, not direct aid per se, but policies and also recommendations to European member states, OSCE, and many other networks that we are part of. And we are the ones who collect the fallen people that try to enter to the European Union or are in the custody of the European Union and lose their lives because of drowning or police brutality or even suicide. And we have been collecting this data since 1992. It's one of the research projects that United continuously does. And if you ever heard about a number, how many people died trying to enter to the European Union, that was United's number. So the UN agencies on refugee issues also took over our estimate, because this number is not, it cannot be exact. And also a lot of things happen on a lot of fields. So it's really difficult to collect everything. But behind this project and behind this number is the idea, the concept that we want to showcase that this is still an actual problem, that Europe should have some policies on how to get safe for the people who try to enter it to ask for political asylum, and also how to treat the people that are entering to the European Union. I mean, United, of course, is a pro-migrant organization when it comes to policies or how we should treat people that come to us. But at the same time, we are very much focusing on what government should do about this. And of course, trying to also familiarize different intercultural aspects of migration. And we have many campaigns where we say strength in diversity or welcome. But this does not mean that we want to have open borders and no border police, but we also collaborate with organizations that want that. So that's what a network is. We have a lot of profiles in the network that work on migration, and as a network, we try to bring them together to have a dialogue and find good solutions that also function and not just campaign for things that will never really happen. And for this number, which is over 60,000 now since 92. We use it as an advocacy tool, which we share with organizations so that they can push their governments to have some quantitative, measurable impact of fatal policies. So when Europe doesn't care, then we have a lot of dead people, and that's quite an easy campaign in that sense that it's very easy to logical that these numbers and the policies of the European Union somehow have something to do with each other. So this is what we offer to network members, that we give them this data and they can use it for their own advocacy and lobby policies. We have been smaller and bigger. NGOs also have life cycles. Some projects are joining us, a media organization is joining us, and then they cancel their subscription or they move from the field. So our supporter base is large. We had usually over 500 organizations, and from this, in the last 3 years, around 300 were paying. We also accept supporters who don't pay because of financial reason, or we gave a free pass to conflict zone organizations. So if you have Ukrainian or Russian NGOs, we don't ask this supporter fee. So it's a little bit complicated how many we are, but it's always changing and evolving. And our campaigns and some of the activities that we do is also to recruit new NGOs, meet them, and kind of incorporate them into the United network. So when we talk about what United does on a daily, or in that sense, yearly basis, we have been doing 2 network conferences a year, one in the spring and one in the autumn, so off-season for tourism, but also high season for conferences. And they are usually above 50 people, sometimes even 100 people, and we collect professionals such as you. We always have some sort of a topic that we want to focus on. Let it be some concrete proposal or a vision cast, how Europe should function in the future, or the topic of radicalization or hate speech or whatever the network is wishing for. And we try to establish these network conferences as biannual, so like 2 a year. But after COVID, with the cost of travel and also the new habits of people, that I'm also not at your conference but can do this on Zoom, these network conferences are in jeopardy. And we created now smaller network conferences which are rather training focused. So we not just meet and talk about issues, but we actually educate the network people who are showing up on a certain subject. So the last one was how to help youth that is in the prison system not to get radical. Like, I simplify it, but that was the training that we did, how to recognize the sign of radicalization and what kind of practical tools that we can offer to network members who want to work on this issue. Then we do campaigns. We have been doing 3 pillar campaigns. I will talk about them a little bit later. They also are somehow what we created as brands in the European anti-racism field. because 21st of March is one of them, and 21st of March is what is the biggest outreach campaign of United every year. And it has been established in many organizations that they do something on the 21st of March, and many organizations are working on this even without knowing that one day actually some of their predecessor colleague 10 years or 20 years ago started it because United sent them an email. So it became kind of a brand on its own, and it's nice, and it has been growing since the 90s into a large-scale campaign. And the other two campaigns I will talk about a bit later. So we do trainings, not just in the network conferences, but we also do fundraising with projects, and we incorporate them into the United portfolio. Then we do advocacy. We have a very let's call it sharp advocacy program. We train young people, representatives of minorities, but also NGO workers, people who want to become the delegates of United. And we train them how to be a good delegate, so how to actually make a move, speak up, represent, and how to be successful in this. And this delegation program, we send delegates to international events. And I'm very proud to say that often our delegate is the only person that representing either youth or the target group, because when I look at European programs and when I look at conferences or symposiums or hearings, I often see a lot of white heteronormative males in suits talking about young refugee issues. And I don't really like this. I mean, it should be some sort of a mixture between profiles and identities. So I also don't want that none of these suit people are there, because often they have keys to power or resource. But when we can, we send United people as delegates that are actually representing the topic that we are working on. And I understand that in some organizations this is not possible because you have a limited amount of people, but that's what is good in an international network, that we can select and recruit and also empower young refugees or people with mixed gender identities. So we can have reach out to any type of target group and in that sense recruit them and send them to these meetings. So the info service and the database, these are pretty static. We do publications. The website is full of tools and methods and information. We do press releases. That's also part of the info service. And if you ask us about any countries, any anti-racism movement, we have been able to answer questions like what is the best Slovakian Roma organization and such things from our database and what we see according to our opinion. And this was also a tool that was a little bit shocked by the GDPR laws. And now we are rebuilding this database because it's very difficult to keep a database that is also GDPR legal. But we do have information, and we are very happy to share when someone needs it. So these were the I think it's 2 years ago, the campaigns, Bye Bias, the Miss Refugee, and International Day Against Fascism, Resist Today, by remembering yesterday. So these are the pillar campaigns. June 20th is the momentum when we send out the database to people. So this is when we share the outdated number. And it's not just a number, but also a collection of the names of the refugees that died. And also people that we try to look at the cause of death, the origin country and name, so that it's not just a number, but also a long list of real people that we could have saved if we have different policies. And 9th of November is a commemorative and also actualization campaign, because we talk about Kristallnacht, we talk about the pogroms in the Second World War and anti-Semitism, but at the same time also work a lot on how narrative campaigns or slogans can lead to violence. So in the last 2 years, we focused a lot on this, how a single tweet can create a fire in a synagogue or crazy terrorist attacks by individuals. So how hate leads to violence is the recent theme of the 9th of November campaigns, also such as that we just finished. These are like the more detailed explanations, but I think it's not so important for you. You can find it on the website and look for inspiration. What is important, how the campaign functions in a network. So what we do with these campaigns, that we first of all look for volunteers from all sorts of organizations, and also we meet these network conferences and we ask the network, what does this campaign should be about, what should be the slogan, the focal point, the channels that we use. So we try to all the time reflect on the past and also plan the future together with the network. And when the time is coming, so the dates of the certain campaigns, we also send out calls to participate before. And then when the campaign happens, we try to recruit organizations that share these campaigns. It's a difficult job in terms of getting a campaign out that is in one language and tries to talk to 300, 600 million people that speak more than 50 languages, and also to reflect the reality when there are so many different realities, nested identities in all sorts of countries with different approach and knowledge and background and culture and understanding and religion and gender. So it's really difficult to have a campaign that speaks to all of you. So United campaigns are trying to be not so deep, but at the same time being awareness-raising campaigns and trying to focus on what is the topic, what is important, and then inspire the network to actually create their own individual campaigns. And then we try to just showcase how many people, how many organizations participated in them, and try to actually kind of filter how many activities happen during this campaign, and then show it to Europe that this is what the European Anti-Racism Network does. So it's not a campaign that we directly launch, but we also try to inspire the network to launch their own individual small campaigns, and then as network we kind of collect this result. We also do, for fundraising purposes and also to be more professional in certain subjects, projects. IPEH is actually with the Slovakian NGO together, and other campaigns and other projects that are sponsored by various donors. We have been sponsored a lot by Council of Europe because they have a pan-European reach, so they cover our geographical coverage, but also with Erasmus, SERV, and all sorts of projects. IPEH is actually donated by the German government, the Parliament of Germany, and the others are Erasmus projects. They are usually topical, meaning that they have something to do with our anti-racism struggle, and or they are supporting a certain target group. So, for example, DAE, Digital Action for Youth Engagement, this is about young people and the internet. So young people are a target group that United has been working a lot for and with and through, because we believe that youth is key to save the future, of course, and we want to empower them. So we don't want to talk to them like the future is yours and now we are talking, but we try to talk to them and empower them to talk for themselves and on their own. And some tools like the DAE project and other projects that we did are helping them to be empowered. So this is also what United tries to do, is to empower young people, especially if they have a minority background, because they need to speak up for their own. Unfortunately, we know that no one else is going to save us if we don't try to save ourselves. So this is also a mentality that we try to speak to everybody. So the advocacy program, as I mentioned, representing United as an expert or a delegate, we do have consultative status and memberships in other networks, also institutional networks like the OSCE network. OSCE, if you don't know about it, it's the Security Council of Europe. That is actually working a lot on election monitoring and also peace talks. And all the European countries are represented and some other overseas countries like the United States as well. So it's a very high level collaboration where we are member of the CSP, which is the, let's call it the NGOs that are working with OSCE together. And we can send people to speak to the highest level of diplomacy. And I myself also addressed a couple of times the OSCE Ministerial Council and reached, for example, that the member states of the OSCE did vaccinate a lot of refugees in the camps because formally it was a very easy way out of giving them asylum because they said they don't have COVID vaccinations. So we speak up for this, and then OSCE recommended it, and many member states implemented this, that they gave vaccination if they wanted, and then it was not a problem in their asylum processes. This is what you can do on the OSCE level, and I encourage everyone to actually look into their materials because their human dimension, which is the NGO aspect of OSCE, is also full of materials and interesting tools that anyone can use freely. We participate in international projects, that is clear. So how can United help you? This means that what do we offer basically for not just for the members of United, but also everyone. But of course, we focus on the members. So if a member asks us to do these things, so a supporter that pay their supporter fee, we are very happy to help. And of course, also we are happy if they are not a supporter of the network. So we offer the fee campaign materials. We are trying to find you partners if you need for a workshop or for a project or for something more. We can identify actors in the field through our experience and our database. So if you need someone who speaks a funny language in your country and you don't know anyone because let's say you are Lithuanian and you never met anyone from Pakistan, we are the one who can identify for you an expert that might help you out in this very specific question. We also help by publicizing activities. Many consortium ask us to be the disseminator because we do reach the European level. So you have a small NGO that does something great, then come to United and we try to echo it so everybody hears about it. I personally have a problem with the European projects, that actually many projects end up in nothing, meaning that they create a very good tool, they create a very good research, they do something great, and then nobody hears about it. So this is what United tried to overcome by echoing and highlighting and sharing results of organizations that of course fit our agenda, in meaning anti-racism. As I mentioned, or I told you about, we do a lot of trainings and then collect also training handbooks because handbooks are a useful tool to monitor what's going on and can help organizations in getting more knowledge, new ideas, and help their approach. Okay, how can you help United? Tell us about your activities. We love to share them. Apply as an intern and volunteer. That's really very logical. We have a Budapest secretariat, so if you volunteer now, then you either have to come to Hungary. We also still have the Dutch office, so you can also visit Amsterdam as an intern and volunteer. Or we do also these hybrid things when people are helping us online, because nowadays this is also very feasible. Then, of course, share our materials, announcements. Like and share can change the world. Of course not, but it can help changing the world. And join our social media campaigns. This is also quite logical. And if you really, really believe that United is useful, then you can pay your annual supporter fee. This is not really about the money, because the money we collect there is maybe 1 month of United utility costs. But why we collect this is a signal of support and also about solidarity and building the network. So the money is, of course, really welcome, but at the same time, it's more like a symbolic thing that you are connected to us. And for the death cases, the campaign on the Refugee Day, you can of course also submit articles and anything that you find. Even if, let's say, someone dies in Slovakia in a detention center, we would put it on the list if it was caused by the fact that they were detained and give up their life, or because of course, police brutality or something like this. So you are also eligible. It's not just the Mediterranean, unfortunately, where people lose their lives. So you can also submit it to us. We have a 2022, we already have the 23 annual report also, and I hope also the 24 will be also published in the early January. This is where we talk about what we did that year. So if you want to look up United, this is where you find concrete information of the details of which delegation, which project, and all sorts of things. So we say a lot that our enemies, our challengers, are dividing Europe, right or left-wing populists that want a smaller European Union and with less rights for the individuals that are not necessarily fitting their idea of what a Slovakian or a Hungarian is. So they are working on the division of European Union. Also, of course, some say that external powers, even from the West and even from the East, are working on this. So what we say to this is we want to stay united, and of course stay united with you, stay united with the network, but also as a European society to stay united. So we say stay updated and stay united, or don't be divided, stay united. This has been our motto of some sort. And if you want to look us up, of course, we are available on Facebook, Instagram, not anymore on Twitter, because we decided to quit Twitter as it became something different than a social media platform. And I encourage everyone also to ignore and block and decide not to use Twitter, formerly known Twitter, now called X. And of course, we believe that LinkedIn is a very good tool to stay professional and work with professionals. So I think this is what we use now the most conveniently. I mean, Facebook and Instagram are for reaching out to a different audience, and LinkedIn is reaching out to NGO workers, professionals, institutions, instead of the X. So this is what you need to or can know from United. And it was, I know, a quite a lot of information, so I will stop sharing this now. And just to know that United will continue, and the questions that I wanted to still answer is, what is the benefit of a network? I think what we are doing are all examples of what are the benefits. So first of all, collecting information, collecting data in itself is a value. So having some sort of central hub to collect who does what in Europe when it comes to anti-racism or any other topic, environmentalism or anti-sexism, or it doesn't matter, every data that is collected together and is accessible because we offer it for free and it's transparent, is a value in itself. The other one is that, of course, we can connect you to other members, other important actors. So if you need a Spanish and a Portuguese partner for a project, ask United. We have a Spanish and we have a Portuguese partner for you. So we can kind of link people through the network together. Also, when you just look for an expertise, like I mentioned about the language or about a specific topic, but at the same time, it's also possible to grow big. So if you want to collect all the organizations that work on refugee support, then you ask us and we can send you a certain list of these organizations, and then you can create a new working group or establish a large-scale a separate network for this specific topic. United could help you. And one more, this has been something that we do, unfortunately, is in case one of our supporters is attacked by the government or some sort of force, let's say, that we speak up, we protest, and we kind of weigh in our network, because United has a brand, it is acknowledged by many governments and government institutions, maybe they don't like what we say, but they appreciate what we are. So if we weigh in, then it also has some sort of impact on a topic or subject, even on a trial case, because we have been doing this, that in a case of a former volunteer at United who was murdered through a hate crime, then the state prosecution was prosecuting the people because of burglary and not first degree murder, but sort of like riot and physical violence, and the hate crime element was underrepresented. So United has sent a lot of volunteers and also a lot of letters and kind of pushed the state to recognize that also it had a bias motive. And if it has a bias motive and it's a crime, then it's a hate crime. So this is what we did. We called OSC, we called a lot of partners and pushed the government to acknowledge that it was a hate crime. And the people who got prosecuted were also prosecuted because of this. And not just on a physical violence charge, which would have been much smaller. So these are the examples that I have for you. But I think what people feel mostly with United is that the struggles, the campaigns, the activities that we do are somehow feel sometimes like a Don Quixote-ish, meaning that you are struggling against giants and you're a single person. And what United offers is a certain family, some level of solidarity among its members, and a shared common idea. So when people come to United Conference, they feel that they are part of something bigger, and that they are not alone, but they are part of something that is kind of having the same idea, agenda, and vision for the future. And this is what we offer the most, this kind of familiar family feeling. And that's why United Conferences are usually very thoroughly organized and very convenient for the participants. And we take care of you. And this is the feeling that we can offer and will offer in the future as well. And that's what the biggest advantage of joining this network, that you are really not alone and you are connected with a lot of people who agree and wish to have the same future for Europe and for the anti-racist movement. So I think I spoke a lot, so I'm very curious about any questions or feedbacks, and I think it was enough of me, so I would like to hear from you. Thank you for your attention.
Much for your presentation. This was really exemplary. So I would open up the floor for the discussion. Any questions? And I'm gonna get the mic to you so Bálint would hear you as well. So please just shout or raise your hand if you have anything you would like to add or ask.
Thank you, and thank you, Bálint, also for the wonderful presentation you just gave us. Bálint, you mentioned that on total times you had at times 500 members. That seems quite a big thing to navigate. What does the decision-making process of such a huge organization look like? And then a follow-up, if you do not mind me asking. You spoke a lot on the shared campaigns. Could you also tell us a little bit what makes a campaign successful on this particular, this huge scale, frankly speaking, and what is a reasonable expectation to have of what grounds a success in such huge campaigns? Thank you.
Well, it's lucky for me because we are an informal network, so the decision structure is that the director decides. That makes it, in a way, a little bit sounding like a dictatorship. And it is legally. But how we are functioning is, of course, the opposite. So what we do is that we work with the network and through the network. So actually, even if I would decide that you in Slovakia should do something on behalf of United, you wouldn't. So I'm a dictator without, let's call it servants. But how it works is that we inspire. So we are making decisions on like the grassroots coming up. So organizations that have something to say, they can invite us. We do a lot of open calls for this. And also the Secretariat works with and through IPGs, international preparatory groups, campaign preparatory groups, which are nominated from this supporter base. So some organizations don't really participate too much in United activities. They just send us their supporter fee because they believe that United is cool, and they don't have a say in anything because they are not really having energy, or they just simply don't. But I might lost something. So, but what happens is usually that they come to us, they have their wishes, they tell us what they want to achieve, and then we are implementing that. So let's say we got an invitation from Italy to join a project, and they also have conferences with us. So it turned out that next year we're gonna go to Italy like this. So it is a very flexible structure. That's why we are an informal network. We're not a formal network. We don't have a general assembly. We don't have like an election, but we work through the network, and the network works through us. So this is our function. I don't know if I answered the question completely. I'm not. Yeah, okay. And then, no, because I lost one of the members, I'm not sure if you hear me. And then how we function in the Secretariat when it comes to program and campaign results. This is also something that we have problems to prove that we have an impact, or what is our impact and how to measure this impact. What we do is only quantitative. So like we see how many people shared our hashtag, like this type of analysis we can do very easily. But then what did it reach in different countries is very difficult to see. So when it comes to Sea-Watch, for example, that was like a campaign connected to June 20th. Sea-Watch is a ship that is collecting people that are in problems in the Mediterranean. So it tries to save people from the sea. And then the Italian government was prosecuting the captain of the Sea-Watch, who is actually a German citizen. So then United sent a lot of people email drafts to send it to Silvio and to, who is the other one? Anyway, so to the Minister of Interior in Italy to speak up on behalf of this Sea-Watch project. And finally, she was not prosecuted, but after, I think, 10 days, released from prison. Did we do this? Maybe. Did we contribute that it happened? For sure. So this is what we can do. We can do much more because, again, we are an informal network. So sometimes, and it is always very lovely to hear like 3-5 months later that some organization heard about a campaign idea we had, and then they implemented their own, I don't know, living library project in a small village. So our reach is really very diverse. Like my favorite example is when I went to Russia in St. Petersburg 10 years ago, and we had like a meeting of the organizations that are kind of not in line with the government policies. Let's say it very euphemistically. And I go into their office, and on the office wall there was a United campaign poster. This is hard to measure. It's really difficult to measure, but in this way we are on a lot of places, and then we inspire people to act up against racism, and this is what we want to achieve. United is more like a platform for organizations to grow on, to move on. Like ILGA, the largest gay and lesbian association, came from a study session of United. The No Hate Speech campaign that lasted 7 years of Council of Europe, it came from a study session of United having the same time as the Advisory Council, having their mission in Budapest. And then we inspired them that hate speech is a problem, and then Council of Europe picked it up, and then for 7 years there were projects and quite some money spent on the issue. So it's difficult to measure because it's very soft power-y in that sense.
Hi. So from what you were saying, I get that you had quite a lot of business in Germany, or money coming from Germany, right? Or like a certain proportion of it?
Not necessarily. I mean, Germany is a country where the government is giving out grants to also other organizations. This IPEC is a German sponsored project, but the rest is EU or Council of Europe funding. And we also do individual fundraising, collecting supporter fees, making events for fundraising, sending fundraising requests to private organizations, private foundations. So we have a quite wide portfolio when it comes to getting our grants.
Okay, but my question would be concerning Germany, because in the last couple of months there was quite much news coming out of Germany regarding police violence and suppression of especially the pro-Palestinian movements and the labeling of any pro-Palestinian movement or protest as being anti-Semitic. So what's your stance on that? What do you think about how that is evolving in Germany together with the accepting of the ERA definition of anti-Semitism?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question and quite a hot topic as well. United had a policy on not really to get involved in the Israeli-Palestine conflict. First of all, geographically, it's not our region, so we don't really know. But unfortunately, this conflict of the recent 2 years also reached European shores. And of course, because of this, we have to have some sort of opinion. So I think the German police and what is the definition of anti-Semitism is the German police responsibility, and also the German public should have their opinion on this. I don't really want to, let's say, evaluate which one is worse, a pro-Palestinian demonstration that wants to eliminate the state of Israel, or an or a Jewish organization speaking up what is anti-Semitism. It's a mess. That's my short answer. You can have a lot of perspectives in this. Members can make their own, supporters can make their own perspective. We have a lot of organizations that are sticking with the European definition of anti-Semitism. That is, if I want to make it short, any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism. That's kind of the leading European legislative or opinion on this. When you look at the US convoy on anti-Semitism, she is very happy to criticize pro-Palestinian organizations and not really keen on criticizing what the IDF does. So it's a mess, meaning that I have my own personal opinion. What United does is that we encourage the network to speak up on their perspective on the matter. Because I also don't believe that any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism. United also says that the right to protect yourself does not mean vengeance, and of course not massive killing of civilians. But at the same time, October 7 or the recent happenings in Amsterdam, when people, based on how people are perceived as Jewish, attack them violently. So again, this is a very messy subject. That's the short answer to this question.
Thank you.
All right, well, in that case, thank you very much, Bálint. I think we learned a lot from you, and your presentation was a great example of how different organizations could work together. I really like the point you made that maybe not all the organizations who are present in this or who are in United might have the same opinion on everything, but that's what's inspiring, because we need to get through some of our differences. There's going to be differences for sure, and still find the main points where we can help each other and actually have some kind of communication going on, even on the harder topics. So thank you very much, Kompromisszum overall, regarding our collaboration. And I think we can do it like in more languages. I'm not sure if Bálint will stay with us, but yeah, so if you can do it in English, if not, it's all right. Let me know and I can translate. So Kristóf's presentation was about the platform itself, connecting our organizations. What I would like to say is that I think that we can be a little bit motivated because certain collaborations are already happening. For example, I would like to bring up the example of Pride, Ludovit Pride. This year they had a Hungarian speaker, and also it was really focusing on including the minorities as well as Initiative Inakos. I know that you are also opening up and doing more and more, and I'm really thankful and excited about this. So definitely we should take this further. Therefore, anything what Kristóf said about how we imagine working together, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them, any language.
Thank you. I would like to have a question to you, that how do you precisely imagine this platform? How should it work? I mean, should be an institution behind that, maybe a civil organization, or what's your imagination of the platform?
Okay, thank you. I mean, I personally think that it could start off as an informal alliance. You know, it can start off as a collaborative Google Doc where you just start to share ideas. And as we heard at the last conference, like there are some granting institutions which can give money to a group of NGOs or non-profits that are applying for money. So it's maybe an alliance like that to just join forces and write basically an idea or a plan for a grant together. But sure, if collaboration goes well and it ends up in creating a whole new organization, like a new umbrella organization that would formally connect these individual organizations, that would be great. But you know, I mean, starting off really in a guerrilla style, I think that would be like the way to go.
Yeah, and I also think that, you know, sometimes when we think about collaboration, we tend to imagine immediately like the hardest case scenario, like a huge project or whatever. But sometimes it's really about just like one thing as well. I really liked what Bálint said about talking about how hate leads to violence or how words lead to violence, for example, which we know that in our country, in Slovakia, it's a huge deal, how people, what words they are using to describe minorities. Let's not even talk about the whole queer minority and what kind of language even people on the highest places are using. So I would also welcome, for example, some kind of workshops as an activist for like the queer and Hungarian minority. For me, personally, I'm missing some kind of education, because all I did was, I'm a performer, right? So I just wrote a poem, and then somehow they started to introduce me as an activist, which is amazing, and I'm sharing, and I'm doing what I can, but also I don't really know where to go to learn more, to be able to respond, let's say, to criticism, to be able to have conversations which are not arguments, but how to remain calm, let's say, or just ask each other what we need. For example, in my mind, since I am mainly thinking in the queer and the Hungarian minority I started to think about this when I did my coming out, and I went on the web pages, and there are very good materials on Queer Slovakia, Initiative Inakos, obviously, on all these organizations, but all I found was in Slovak. And I would really welcome the words in Hungarian, let's say. So this is already something we could work on together, just as a basic idea, you know, how to implement the minorities more. But also this, for example, you know, on the website of Queer Slovakia, there is already one article which is in 2 languages. So I'm like, you know, we are doing baby steps, but sometimes it really takes one by one. You have to convince people one by one. You have to show them your face one by one. So in my imagination, it's about projects like this, and definitely the funding, which is super, super important, especially now, when we know that they are, without any shame, cutting out funds for any kind of queer organization. And this is definitely devastating. And as well as what I liked in Bálint's presentation is standing up for each other. You know, when one of the minorities are experiencing anything, you just share whatever. You know, just to get to other organizations or your network.
Thank you. Maybe I would like to have one more comment. Kristóf, you mentioned that you imagine that this forum, this platform, not on the transactional base. I mean, you explained it that's the basic concept of cooperation, that it shouldn't be like a transaction, that only someone steps in when the other side or the other member is like giving also something to the project. And my comment will be that so I'm writing a lot about the institutions of the national minorities in Slovakia, also the political parties, let's say. And after the
Well, just say the terrorist
attack 2 years ago, you know, yes, I forgot at the Zámodská Street. It was a question put by journalists, also by me, to the organizations, also of the political parties, of the national minorities. That how do you deal with it? Of course, they condemned, you know, the terrorism, but that was the only step. They didn't really go further, and when I asked them why, then they replied on this like the base as you mentioned, that we didn't saw anything in the past from the LGBT organizations in regarding to the violations of the rights of the national minorities. Why should we, they say, why should we act furthermore now?
Well, that was quite a shameful moment.
Yes, that was quite a shameful moment.
Especially like many comments coming out from many people from the Hungarian minority. It was like, well, I don't have any problem with gay people, but why do they have to show their affection in public? And then I think some of these people now what about back in the day, some people from the Slovak majority were saying, I don't have no problem with Hungarian people, but why do they have to talk Hungarian in public? Right, so that's something that the Hungarian minority has to realize, that we can't work like that, because it's going to come back and bite us in our ass, which is already happening, because now they are trying to change the law about the use of minority languages, and how is it permitted or banned in like official public discourse. And I already saw the same comments on social media to these posts. I mean, I know that's not representative, but it's still, it was very surprising to me that this is really a thing still. That on some social media posts regarding this change in the law, some people were commenting, well, I don't like Chillkiewicz, but this is good. And that those comments had the most likes as well. So that's what we also have to like educate people, especially from minorities, that it's just simply not going to work. We have to stand up for each other. We have to take each other under the wing of the stronger minorities, or those who, like, share our funding by going together into these projects. That's my opinion.
Yes, and I think I would just emphasize the education part, because I feel like definitely a lot of organizations are trying to educate people on queer rights, but with the Hungarian minority, we also have the impact of Hungary there, and the Hungarian television, and people watching Hungarian news, which is definitely not helping with the acceptance of queer people. But also, somehow we need to emphasize the fact as well that it's not like there are queer people and there are Hungarians, there are queer Hungarians, there are Romani queer Hungarians, like this is indefinite combination. And also on the last conference, Tamás, who was talking from Svettica, he also mentioned that a lot of people from the Romani communities who have hearing disabilities, they are also part of the queer community. And then imagine, now you have like 4 labels on you, and it's just it's devastating what people are going through. And let's say also just the basic things to help with to provide some kind of therapy in their own language, for example. Like, this is also very important, that when you are, like, I have to travel 1 hour to get to my therapy every week because I need it in Hungarian, I need it from someone who is a Hungarian minority. I tried out more types and it didn't work. This is the mindset. There are completely different things which are coming out if you are going to a therapist who actually knows your situation. So all of these things are super important. And also one of my other ideas that just came to my mind is that, just to get, for example, a workshop to minority organizations who sign up for it, how to write grants, what kind of grants there are, or just to have a platform where it would be always updated and we know about these grants, because also the European Union is having many, many things posted. Yeah, and I will give it to Philip.
Sorry, wonderful remarks there. All I wanted to just to say that there is a whole afternoon slot explaining how this cluster could come to be, meaning what type of legal situations could be explored and what shared advocacy efforts could be developed, yada yada yada. And basically the main reason why this forum will not be transactional, as in the situation that you gave, that it will provide a shared initiative and shared common goals by which we can agree on. Therefore, incorporate these things into a manner of advocacy which we think is currently not really explored at the moment. And obviously, workshops, educational moments, they're all going to be part of it. And in the evening, sorry, it's not going to be so late. In the afternoon, we also present an interview with Malgorzata Chillkiewicz, who's the vice president of an organization called Kalejdskop, Kultúr, who has actually done exactly these kind of things that Veroni just mentioned. So stay tuned, and many good things are coming. Let's go there first.
Right? Go there.
To Svetlusha, I think you had a question.
Can I say something?
Yeah, wait.
So, can I say something also, just to add my coin, and then I also have to leave soon? So one thing that helps a lot if you change your mindset from expect to inspire. So when it comes to joint speak-ups, and it's something that we also need to learn, that on the spot when something happens and you reach out to, in the case of, let's say, the Hungarian minority for the LGBTQIS or vice versa, it's too late. So when something already happened, then to build a coalition is too late. So you need to prepare this a bit, and then to say that it's a mutual alliance of, if we are hit, then we help you. And this is something which is a culture that we need to learn a lot in Eastern Europe, actually, because usually we tend to work alone versus the state and have our own shortcuts in a system that is corrupt and sometimes crazy, like absolutely dysfunctional. So you need to inspire by giving good examples and also kind of write the statement as an open one, to say like, hey, what is your opinion? Can you share something based on these lines? And then it will work better. So in Hungary we have the Civilizáció, which it's a very loose collaboration of more than 300 organizations in Hungary. And the Civilizáció has like a steering committee, and they talk a lot about everything. But when the attack against the NGO sector in Hungary came in 2015 to 19, then this civilization was inspiring its network, and they sent like real written statements about issues, saying like you can adapt it to your voice. And so because an organization that is not having total a lot of resources, they are just simply have no time to look into every issue that happens around them, and they don't have time to come up with a proper statement that they can agree with. But if they have an inspiration from you as a network, they might be more keen on participating. Maybe they agree, but they don't have time to really speak up. So my let's say last words to you is instead of expecting inspiring should be the tactic that you have. And good luck with it, and if you need anything from us, let us know, and I need to make lunch because he stayed home because of the snow. So thank you, and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Bálint.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.
So thank you, thanks to the speakers and Kristóf and Bálint. Kristóf or Kristóf? Kristóf. He's also not here? Oh, okay, so this is good. I can ask whatever I want and comment. No feedback on that. Okay, so thank you to the organizers for raising the question how to work together. I want to add to that we have to bear in mind that there are different minorities with different perspectives, but even more with different goals and interests. So in all of this previous talk, I list the aspect of the politics. I'm a political scientist, and there is a lot of happening power struggles between majority minorities, between minorities and within minorities, and somehow I miss this aspect because maybe this is the aspect that is most challenging. And I wanted to ask, pity that Bálint had to leave, because we all even saw now about the question about war in Gaza, that it was difficult to make some kind of statement clear, and then also that is one dividing topic. Then we have a queer rights, as it was said here. I also come from minority. We know that minorities tend to be very conservative, and there are different reasons why is this, but of course one aspect is of socialization, in what kind of environment, countries, culture they grew up. And then it's very disappointing when we have minorities fighting for their rights, saying all the right things, calling on the human rights declarations, laws, and so on. And then when it comes to different internal minorities, then they are not so out loud speaking advocates. This I identify as a obstacle in our way working towards, as it was said, we are living all on one small island, and we should work together to develop in better ways as humanity. Okay, so the other thing of what I wanted to say, I do research on minority issues, as I said, in Serbia and Slovakia, When I came recently, I started to work on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on marginalized Roma communities, and I was surprised that many members of this community or the other NGOs did not take a stronger stand on this issue, and I approached almost everybody, and of course, you know, but of course, I understand, and again, I think the explanation here was that politics, you know, you have different kind of, it was said, like, let's create alliances. I don't know, I have it, you know, it is a bit controversial term for me, because you have these divides, you have, as society is polarized, my impression is also that NGOs are also already, you know, taking some grounds. You know, somebody works more with. It's not inclusive. Okay, let's. To my observation. So, what I want to try to say is that, of course, on one side we have to understand that everybody is working with resources they have, with their own mission, vision, and goals, as I say. But also when it comes to minorities, what we don't really always emphasize, or don't want to clear, or don't want even to see that different type of minorities are at different stage of emancipation. And you know, to bring different perspective is not only to come and say like, this is what I think, this is where I stand. You know, we are good at that, to share our perspective. But I think that we lack a bit of experience in trying to understand different perspective than ours, you know, and I think that sometimes creates clashes and can hinder that cooperation, because as it was said, also depends a lot on the resources and that position that you have. You know, what I hear in Slovakia, somebody blames Hungarian minority or representatives, let's be clear, you know, they are too strong, they are better off, they are power over others, you know, and sometimes when they push some solutions, there is much of their agenda in it, you know, so it is very, very difficult to put really different groups together and try to, you know, to push something and I'm finishing here, and I just want to say that I just want to paraphrase the words of one very good advocate for Roma rights from Czech, to which I turned during my research, because I was like, I didn't know how to navigate, you know, all this environment in Slovakia, and she told me that this, you know, sometimes you have to choose to work alone, sometimes with others, and very carefully to choose your partners, you know. So I would want to finish with that. Thank you.
Marcell. Okay.
Philip, you want to react on this, right?
Oh, indeed. From political scientist
Thank
to
you very
political
much.
scientist.
Thank you very much, and very happy that the discussion is opening up, and we talk about the elephant in the room, right? That we are living in an era in terms of political and also interpersonal challenges where we don't really see a huge push for unification. In terms of the clusters perspective, just to be very brief and not to be a social scientist about it and talk for the next 4 hours, the clusters visualization is that it allows the liberty for joining members to participate in the type of programs that they would like to, meaning that they also find a chance, similarly to United's concept, to allocate a partner for potential shared provisions. And then later on, but now I'm jumping a little bit ahead here, is to envision a collaborative effort that highlights how, for example, on policy cases, one can work together even though interests and ideals and even vision might be different, right? For example, healthcare, as it was presented in the presentation by Kristóf, I think is a very good example on that, because it's traditionally speaking not a super polarizing political issue to take upon, as in problems, for example, caused in health insurance or healthcare generic services, that may be access, may be visibility, may be, or even getting a generic type of needed treatment, are all shared problems, even though the problems and the stages where they arrive are quite different. So to have an homologation of these views presented as in a policy paper, a brief, a shared position paper, an advocacy draft, this is where I think new conceptualization of shared minority rights advocacy could be elaborated, and this is what we don't quite see, at least in our current stage. So to some extent, the problem why we see a bigger diversification within minority stakeholders, maybe those were political fractions, maybe it was civil society actors or NGOs, is because there is no real conceptualization of how one could do fruitful work together, right? There's the signifying stance, which becomes a little bit of symbol politics, shaking the hand and like making a stance and yada yada yada, which have become inflated, which have become a little bit virtueless, and which lead at the end game more into a realm of cultural politics when nothing factual is really being done about these things. I have a big problem with the word workshops because like the majority of the workshops I've been to and the way by which they have been narrativized is obviously very simple lined. These are our stands, this is what you could do, this is how to de-escalate, yada yada yada, but at the end of the day nobody really talks about what actual policies somebody wants to develop in a shared advocacy effort, for example. Well, again, as I said, I'm running quite ahead here because the presenters who are going to speak in the afternoon, for example, Sandra Alloush, who has become a recent board member for the European Network Against Racism, can talk a lot about how a network is key on focusing even on our own initiatives and the larger clusters initiative as well. So hence it comes back to Gabor's question, why it's not being transactional. Again, I do not want to talk for hours, and I will be talking a lot later in the afternoon, but please keep the questions going, and I'm going to pass word to Thomas, because he had something on his lips for some time, eh?
Yes.
Please.
So, Bálint was really inspiring for me, and a few ideas which we can use for networking and to find a solution to make it even better. Možno, že by som radšej po slovensky. Po teplárni, ako som písal otvorený list pre pána Timešimu, že už nech začne, alebo nech už, nech aby nešiel proti iným menšinám, nech nezakážeme ako duchovú vlajku, ale nech podporujme, aby tam dali aj maďarskú vlajku. Napríklad, lebo to bola výhovorka, že to ombudsmanka dala a on len urobil copy-paste od maďarskej vlády, right-wing strany Mihazang, ale to isté nerobil po prípade, keď rozprávame o darovanie krvi, keď chce bisexuálny alebo homosexuálny muž darovať krv. Ja som darcom krvi a keď pýtam ľudí, ktorí tam pracujú, oni nerozumia tým. A to by sa dalo použiť, tú myšlienku hashtagmi, ako keď sme už viacerí, ako spolu sme sila, máme vzťahy ako aj médiami a medializujeme, lebo veľa ľudí ani nerozumie tomu, že prečo nie. Majú nejaké predsudky, nejaké diskriminačné myšlienky, ale nevedia v podstate, že keď rozprávame o to, že dostaneme SMS-ku, že dneska vás krv zachránil ľudského života. Bývalá ministerka povedala citát z Drakuly, ale ako ide v podstate o živote, ako o všetkých životy na Slovensku. A to je ako taký vec, že každý človek by mohol porozumieť a pri pána Timešimu to by bolo aj také protiargument a to by bolo ako nejaký silný message, že OK, že toto si chcel, ale naopak toto nechceme preberať od Maďarov, ktorí už pred 4 rokmi to dovolili, lebo je to naozaj niečo iracionálne. A s hashtagmi by sa to dalo pracovať, že a každý by to pochopil a keď už, čo Gábor spomína, že veľa viacerých maďarských politikov ako argumentovali, že prečo máme pomôcť, keď oni nejako, my také gestá môžeme robiť, a keď nie politici, tak občianská spoločnosť. A to ovplyvní aj politikov, lebo keď je tam občiansky prístup a veľa ľudí k tomu začne do toho ísť, tak aj politici budú zmeniť svoje názory, lebo potrebujú politické kredity. A druhý taký prípad, že OK, tak my urobme tak aj také gestá, ktoré ako nikomu neublížia, len podporia ako každého, darovania krvi. A OK, na prvom konferencii som aj spomínal ďalší taký prípad, že čo keby ako spoločná naša networkingová organizácia aj spoločne ako queer komunito, keď na budúce slovenisti budú vykrikovať v dáce, že kopni Maďara do hlavy, tak napíšeme spoločný otvorený list pre ombudsmanku, že tak dajme vonku aj maďarskú vlajku. Ako to je ako, everyone maybe go too crazy, lebo nikto by takú niečo neočakával ani od queer ľudí, alebo queer organizácie, ani od Maďarov, keď budú takisto argumentovať, že OK, tak zachráňme životov, ako to robil Orbán.
Áno, a takže teraz najobľúbenejší program, obed. A Kristóf odišiel, ale my vieme, že kde to je, takže môžeme sa zhromaždiť a prejsť na obed a poďte s nami a potom po obede bude slam poetry, bude Odora punk a ešte ostatné prezentácie, ktoré už aj Filip spomína, takže...
A film.
Aj film. Bože, toľko vecí. No, dobre, takže poďme sa najesť. Ďakujem. Sú tam aj dobré komentáre, ja som tam poslala srdiečko, aby tam bolo aj niečo pozitívne. Ešte sa mi nevyhrážali. Takže môžeme začať. Ďakujem.
Zdravím vás všetkých. Pozdravujem účastníkov tejto iniciatívy. Ako viete, ja som tiež z menšiny. Ja som sa narodil na juhu a dosť dlhú dobu, až do mojich 18, som vlastne ani aktívne nepoužíval slovenský jazyk. A predsa som sa stal aspoň na chvíľu teda premiérom tejto krajiny, takže viem veľmi dobre vyhodnotiť, s akými problémami alebo aké výzvy stoja pred menšinami. A táto doba je obzvlášť komplikovaná pre všetkých nás a mám taký pocit, že politické strany niektoré naozaj sa snažia rozdeliť túto krajinu na viacero táborov a ja jednu vec nemám rád a to je to, keď niekto sa cíti ako druhoradý občan v tejto krajine. A práve preto som veľký podporovateľ toho, aby neziskové organizácie, alebo aj firmy, alebo aj hoci len my občania, aby sme spolupracovali, aby sme udržali duch demokracie práve v tých časoch, kedy okolo nás vidíme veľkú snahu demontovať túto krajinu s rôznymi heslami, ktoré sú dosť často prázdne a vôbec sa netýkajú toho, ako vyzerá kvalita života na Slovensku. A bohužiaľ v mnohom často práve neziskové organizácie alebo aj takéto iniciatívy musia suplovať úlohu štátu v tom, aby sme sa tu cítili bezpečne, aby sme sa tu cítili ohodnotenie, teraz nemyslím ani z finančného hľadiska, ale minimálne prejaviť úctu a rešpekt aj voči takým ľuďom, ktorí nie sú v niečom takí istí ako my. A aj počas toho 5,5-mesačného experimentu, keď som bol premiérom tejto krajiny, tak sme kládli veľký dôraz na to, aby sme skúšali prepájať Slovensko, lebo keď naozaj vidíme všade len izolované ostrovy nejakých myšlienok alebo nejakých strategických prúdov, tak tie problémy nevyriešime. Bohužiaľ dnešná doba je veľmi komplikovaná, komplexná a tu naozaj platí, že čím viac hlav, tým viac rozumu. Takže ja by som vám prijal, aby ste mali veľmi dobrú diskusiu a úspešne ste vykročili na tú cestu spájania, rozprávania sa, alebo vôbec len dať si kávu spolu a prebrať nejaké problémy, ktoré aktuálne jednotlivé menšiny majú, lebo dosť často vnímam na Slovensku, že už len to, že sa vieme rozprávať, že sa vieme stretávať, že máme nejaké spoločné záujmy, nám pomáha a udrží v nás ten oheň, že Slovensko môže byť v budúcnosti aj lepšou krajinou.
A vy ste kto? Kto? Ja? Savas, hello, ahoj, sia. Hungarian cocktail made in Slovakia. Volám sa Veroni, či Veroni slabá. A táto krajina aj mňa odjak živa vyplúva, lebo nie som slovenská a iba slovenská. Som queer a slovensko-maďarská. Ja som tá, voči ktorej vás hnali, slovo mier vám zle prekladali. Ale aj nás učili farby nemiešať, nevýsť čiary, vybrať si strany, aby nás potom zaškatulkovali. Počuť ten prízvuk, že? Ale predstav, že by mohlo byť ešte horšie. Pre mňa rozprávať po slovensky pred publikom je verbálna nahota. Pred vystúpením v slovenčine sedím, počúvam hudbu nervózne. Bože, čo kažuťaný svätý Eminem nepomôže. Nevadí. Veroni. Look, if you had one shot, one opportunity, tak poď slovenčina. Toto bude náš interlinguálny pohlavný styk. Poďte na mňa samohlásky, spoluhlásky, tancuj, vykrúcajte mi jazyk, mekčenie, pády, detenele, detinili, sa, si, ja neviem kam to dať, si, to piči. Ako vidíš, ja som radšej nahá, než neviditeľná tichá voda. Voláš ma menšinou, ale ja sa necítim o nič menšia. Idú roky, billboardy sa menia, predtým ma posieli za Dunaj, teraz mi hovoria špinavá lesba. Predtým sa mama bála kvôli maďarskému nápisu na tričku a teraz sa bojí, lebo na ňom nosím dúhovú stužku. Tá nenávisť sa nestratí, iba sa presmeruje na inú skupinu. Ja som videla, ako Maďarsko pohltilo seba, ako médiá ukazujú klamstvá, ktorým naši starí rodičia uveria. A potom prišiel ten veľká voda a jeden z mojich domovov išiel dolu vodou, ten kokot sa naučil opisovať od susedov a teraz už by aj moju slovenskú kultúru deformovali s tými špinavými, dezinformovanými rukami. Podľa nich ja na ňu nemám právo, lebo som štiplavá dúha v systéme binárnom. Odporný, deviantný degenerát. Zvrátená obluda. Výškrabok z gynekológie. Teplá, tlstá, maďarská špina. Nechcú vidieť moju tvár. Som pre nich len zvrátená ideológia. Však menšiny sú len Boží preklep, nie? Biblická chyba. Či súka. A vy? Vy ste kto? Tí, ktorí sa hrabú mojej maternici, pozerajú medzi nohy, menia zákony, navýšia si platy. To vám ide, vysmievať sa mojej slovenčine, ale starať sa o nás to nie. Však naše problémy vyriešia konšpiračné teórie. Je toľko ľudí, ktorých môžeš nenávidieť, že je čoraz ťažšie si vybrať. A potom, keď už ste poslali späť Čečencov, vyliečili gejov, asimilovali Maďarov, pokrstili moslimov, segregovali Rómov, kto bude ďalší? Tí, ktorí čítajú knihy, tí chudobní, postihnutí, tlstí. Kto bude ďalší na vašom zozname? A potom, kto vám tu ostane? Len tá dobrá, biela, heteroslovenská rasa. Tá lónaka fasa. Ako aj konský kokot, aj moja trpezlivosť má konca do konca. Tak neserte ma, lebo morho bude more a nám dopadne dobre. Mne totiž záleží na tejto krajine. Však ja dávam halušky a do guláša. Aj u mňa sa z starého kompóta stane pálinka. Bez kávy a cigarety neviem srať ani ja. A toto tu pod mojimi nohami a ja volám doma. Ja tu nie som turista. Som queer Maďarka zo Slovenska, z krajiny, kde nedovolím, aby chýbala človečina. Takže s pozdravom. Tá teplá, tlstá maďarská špina.
are joined by Sandra Alloush, who was only come recently a board member from the European Network Against Racism, ENAR for brief. She's going to tell us a little bit about the networking role of advocacy efforts, and I'm very delighted to have her here. Sandra, we are with you.
Thank you so much. I'm also very glad to be joining all of you virtually. I would have loved to be there with you in person to feel the vibe, but I am so proud of this achievement that you and this initiative that you are here to celebrate. And I'm also here to celebrate with you the strengths of our communities, especially that I am myself come from a minority background in Syria, and now as a refugee in France, I'm also among a minority. So it is always amazing to see how people can unite and achieve great things together.
Thank you very much. Sandra, if I'm not mistaken, you're also going to tell us a little bit about ENAR's development and ENAR's functions in total. Do you want to hold a presentation, or should we continue on a...
No, I'm gonna read for you, and then I'm gonna open the floor for a space of questions, because I think it's good to have an interaction also with the people.
Of course.
So let's talk a little bit about the importance of networks such as ENAR, the European Network Against Racism. And why do we need such networks? The answer lies in the challenges that we face as organizations and communities working on anti-racism and equality, and especially grassroots organizations, where they work tirelessly on critical issues, but they face mostly similar challenges across Europe, like limited resources to sustain the work, isolation in the fight against systemic racism, difficulty accessing policymakers or being heard at national or international levels. This is where networks like ENAR come to play. They bring grassroots organizations and civil society organizations together under one umbrella, enabling us to pool our strengths together and resources and expertise, and they create a collective voice that is louder, clearer, and impossible to ignore. So, for example, what ENAR offers to its members, critical support in several ways. For example, advocacy support, where ENAR advocates on behalf of its member organization at European institutions, at the Commission, at the European Parliament, ensuring that our collective priorities, such as combating racial discrimination and securing equal rights, are reflected in EU policies. Also providing capacity buildings through workshops, training sessions, and resources as well. ENAR empowers the members themselves to be able to navigate complex situations and develop strategies together and strengthen their advocacy efforts. There are also funding opportunities for the members. So by providing guidance on accessing funding, like EU funding, and partnering with member organizations to qualify for these big fundings, as well as offering grants to the member organizations to do projects and to sometimes help organizations who are struggling legally or financially. There is also the knowledge sharing and the learn from the peer-to-peer learning, which we facilitate the exchange of ideas, best practices, and innovate approaches among the members, creating a rich environment for growth and collaboration. I don't know if that answer your question, or should I go ahead and go for the achievement, for example, that ENAR has, some of the achievements, let's say.
I would say maybe let's go ahead with the achievements, and then we can pull up some questions also from the audience later onwards, and then we can see the entire projects onwards.
Perfect, perfect. Our collective efforts have already led to significant achievements, such as influencing the EU anti-racism policies, including contributing to the EU anti-racism action plans, and to also on the national levels, creating the national action anti-racism action plans, which we call NAPARs. It supported grassroots organizations in shaping national policies that address systemic discrimination. And the powerful campaigns that ENAR leads, for example, like Make Racism History campaign, celebrating ENAR's 25th year of fighting against racism. It was a big campaign across Europe, and it was also important to raise awareness across many topics that we usually don't think about when we think about racism, such as Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, homophobia, and all that. All of these are parts of the work of ENAR, because it is all parts of the anti-racism work. In the times that, just to end my speech, let's say, in these times we need to unite. We are living in a polarized environment, as we all know. There are a lot of division in the societies, and we need collectively to unite efforts, strategize, and think collectively, how can we advance our efforts, especially that there is a lack of fundings. There are a lot of mechanisms that are fighting civil society organizations, especially financially. And in many times, if you do challenge the governments at some levels, you might have some repercussions, legal repercussions. For example, in France, there are many organizations who have been closed by the state on claims of supporting terrorism, which is not true. These are organizations who are fighting discrimination on Islamophobia. So it is important that we unite in a form of networks, so we can together stand in these challenges, in the face of these challenges as a collective.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Well, I will then refer to the room. Do you guys have any questions so far? And I'm going to walk around with the mic so you can make your voice heard. Right. Well, everybody is intimidated by your marvelous achievements, Sandra. But I would like to ask them perhaps as
Those are not my achievements. These are ENAR's achievements. I joined recently, 2 years ago. But yeah, it is impressive when we look at the efforts of what the activists before us have done, so we can get inspiration to continue.
That's indeed true. But I also want to ask you a bit, why did you decide to join ENAR? As in, you have been individually active in civil society engagements with your own initiatives, your own NGOs, and your own films. What did you see that you can gain that you could not gain without a cluster such as ENAR?
I started my involvement with ENAR a couple of years ago as a member organization with my organization, New Women Connectors, which is a refugee-led organization. And as a refugee-led organization, we have always challenges in accessing fundings and spaces, especially at high-level politicians or spaces like the European Parliament or the Commission, where you actually can influence policies at that level. And then we started engaging with ENAR, and we saw the importance and the level that ENAR can bring to the table, let's say. Like we would fight for a year, or we would talk for 100 persons before we get a commission, a meeting with the commission, while ENAR could access the commission much easier. So we could convey our requests and to the policymakers and decision makers without having too much challenges, because ENAR and those networks have, when they are speaking in the name of 170 organizations, not in the name of one organization. So it's a totally different conversation. And when I saw the impact of such a network, I saw that is, I made more engagement with ENAR within my organization. So I accessed small fundings for the organization, and I funded a documentary film about structural racism through these small funds that ENAR provides for the members. And also another media campaign to motivate people to participate at the EU elections, parliamentary elections. So I saw the real impact of such network on the work of member organizations, and I wanted to be more involved. And actually, I am a very vocal person, so I always bring ideas and criticize sometimes things. So member organizations thought that I would be a good fit to be a board member, to strategize and lead the organization, be part of a team who is leading the organization in the next 3 years.
Thank you very much for your answer again. Do you actually have already a very clear kind of vision on what you would like to achieve in your new role now that you become board member? And what other obstacles do you think that you currently face, and what is your strategy to overcome them?
We have, my main goal is to focus ENAR's work at the moment around migration. Because this is where we see the anti-racism fight is concentrated, and it is visual and visible. It is in the migration policies that the EU Parliament had issued and agreed upon in the last year, which is the EU Migrant and Asylum Pact, as they call it, which is a horrible, let's put it this way, horrible sets of laws and policies that gonna affect humans who are on the move and people who are living inside Europe as well. So this, where I, as a refugee-led organization and from migrant women as well, our background and work is focused around this issue. And we managed to let's say, passed the motion in the General Assembly of ENAR last year to focus ENAR's work around the migration topic more, to allocate more resources in the advocacy effort to the migration and asylum topic. So this is going to be my strategy for the next 3 years, is to unite and collect more efforts to the advocacy work. So we are doing a big research now on the racialization of migration to prove that the migration situation in Europe is racially motivated, and the policies are racially motivated, and there are a lot of inequalities in treatment with different migrants, depending on gender, a place of birth, a lot of aspects. So on another hand, the challenges lay with us as new activists looking at the structures within ENAR and thinking of a decolonial way to change the organization from within, as well as the practices in the future to be totally decolonial and to approach it in a feminist lens where we remove the hierarchy and we make governance on a more horizontal level. So this is also the challenges that we are facing now, but I am excited to address those topics.
Sounds like you have gonna be a lot on your plate.
Yes.
There's one question that I'd like to ask because it came out of our very recent discussion we just had here before our lunch break today, which dealt with a little bit on the fragmentation of different type of minorities and different type of NGOs and structures being divided also by the overarching differences with at times politics. Now, particularly with migration, politics does not seem to be going your way, to put it mildly. Where do you find encouragement to, first of all, group up these vastly different positions within ENAR itself? And then what can you do against a political scope that is so harshly moving into a very different direction?
Actually, I try to take lessons from how the far-right movements are gaining popularity. They are, first of all, if you look at them, you see that they have like a united message all across the European countries. So it feels that they are united. They have the same messaging, they have the same speech, they have the same arguments all over the spectrum, which to me sounds like, okay, as alarming as it is, but also it is a lesson to take also for us civil society actors who would like to make change, is to unite and make those collaborations and collective efforts more visual, and unite the messaging and unite the way we are communicating with the public as well. And maybe change our way of communication is also important to gain more ground and to convince people of the dangers of what it means to have populist governments and far-right governments. And so it is also important to know why people are voting for those political parties. People have economical challenges that the left or let's say the left is not really addressing. And these are the main topics that people care about in today's world, where you have inflation all over Europe, you have economical crisis, and you have the smell of a World War III on the doors. So it is all the components for a disastrous action that I, from a person who comes from a place of war, where we have seen how a revolution had turned, through many reasons I'm not going to go into now, had turned into a civil war at some point. And this is what where I get my encouragement to work here, because I don't want to see that happen again. And I don't want to see it happen here, where I come to a place of safety for me and my family. And I learned many tactics that I have seen personally been done by the dictatorships and authoritarian regimes, and how they manipulate the public with propaganda and with false narratives. And as a person who defied those, I also learned how to counterpart those narratives and how to provide alternative narratives that is real and that people can understand and relate to, away from the very high sophisticated language of communication that the left usually speak with to the general public.
We do love to over-intellectualize our bullshit, don't we? But well, you have been going through the vast majority of different kind of interactions, from within Syria to your own organization, and I think based in also in Strasbourg, if I'm not mistaken, or is the collective...
I am based in Strasbourg, but the organization that I work with is in the Netherlands.
Right. And now to a new pan-European scale.
Yes.
Within the things that you mentioned, what has, traditionally speaking, worked for providing a new alternative? Because another discussion that came up, or another discussion point that was mentioned just before our break was, how do you get basically minorities to vote for their interests? Because we see that minority behavior in politics, traditionally speaking, is not very progressive, right? Like you can point at the Turkish-speaking diaspora in Germany, the Nigerian diaspora in London, or favorite Latinos or Trump. They're not really progressive political actors, yet they are being the ones who basically carry the burdens of discriminatory politics. What do you think can change that way in the way we address these matters?
It's important that we start from live interactions with the communities. I have seen Trump, let's take the USA example, going to small rural villages and cities and speaking to those electors. They didn't ignore the marginalized in some way, marginalized from our perspective, from the left perspective, let's say. Because we don't count that these people will vote for the left anyway. So we keep them always out of the discussion. And among this discussion, among these also marginalized people, are people from migrant background and people from minorities. And those people also are ignored by politicians. people are not going to them and speaking with them live, and we are not introducing our policies to them in a way where they can relate and understand. So there are a lot of focus in the left, for example, on the topic of the climate, which is a huge topic, and it's a huge alarming topic, and we should all be working on it. But if I make a huge campaign only based on the climate, then the minorities who are left out of this topic. But the right politicians come and promise them, for example, better job opportunities, better paying hours, more values for the family, for conservative families, more respect of the traditions, and all of these that conservative communities want and need. And we, the left, are not even talking about those topics. Like, it is totally out of our way of communication, although we care about the families, and the family unit is also one of the concrete values of the left parties. But our understanding of a family unit is a different understanding of a unit that the right-wing parties understand, the traditional form. So maybe we should change just the way we are speaking about our policies and about our values, and start to have real interactions with the people. And we don't have to use the same message to everyone. We can't speak with the same language to everybody. That's why we have languages, and that's why we have the way you speak with your friend, and it's different than the way you speak at a university with a professor. It's different than the way I'm doing an interview now. So this is also something to think about. How are we delivering the messages to each group that we want to target in our campaigns?
Thank you very much. I'll open up the room once more to address you with this function. And then if we don't have any further requests, I would also very personally like to introduce you as a filmmaker for your own projects, because I think that goes to be also quite interesting subject. But do we have anything, any questions? Very, very tired room after lunch. So
yes, I understand. It's also a heavy topic after lunch.
Well, let's entertain them with, oh, wait, my apologies.
Just a very short question. What do you expect, according to your organization and the agenda of your organizations, from the new European Commission? Will be anything change?
If I understood, what have we accomplished with the EU Commission?
No. The question was, what do you think will change with the new Commission?
Well, we have names now that are coming to light, which are very problematic, let's say. It's going to be difficult to work with the new Commission, that's for sure. And because it has been difficult working with the previous Commission, so I don't know, also we are expecting a lot of challenges. But the good news is there are always a chance for personal collaborations. And that's how, let's say it frankly, things are done. So it depends on the commissioner himself or herself. If they are, for example, open to the topic of anti-racism, then we could push that forward. Then also there are some criteria that they cannot let's say, move past them. So they cannot cancel the work on anti-racism, for example, in total. But they can, for example, not make a lot of things. But they could support us, for example, financially for us to do our work, which they do. For example, our biggest funder is the EU Commission as ENAR. So they might not themselves be able or have the will politically to do something in terms of changing policies or proposing new policies that have more equality in it, but they might be able to fund us. So we also help the member organizations and develop programs to work with grassroots level and on national levels to improve awareness, or also maybe work with grassroots communities to strengthen and to make them more involved, because it's also very difficult to mobilize the communities, especially when it comes to voting. So there are a lot of compromises and a lot of ways in which we could influence the Commission, but that doesn't seem very bright to us in this mandate. And I have been told personally by a member of the parliament, she is from the left, we were in a meeting with them, with other civil society organizations, and we were asking them questions. And at the end, she said that, listen, don't expect us to be able to, we're not going to do any legislation this term, and don't expect us to be able to change anything from what have been passed before, but we can create a good environment for you, or a support for you in your work. So they have been frank, because now the EU Parliament is the first time where you have the majority of the right-wing parties in the Parliament, and that is reflected as well now in the Commission.
Does that answer the question, Gabor? Okay. Anything else as follow-up? Well, is there any, by the way, particular parliamentarians in the current composition of the MEPs that you see as a potential ally?
Well, we have, as an organization, a neutral policy in terms of communications, so I can't say that, but I would say that the EU left is doing a good job this term. Personally, I am impressed by some of these new advocates or new parliamentary members who are very honest until now, and they're very brave in bringing in difficult topics.
Perhaps just one thing to elaborate on this, right? It's not only the Commission that plays a very important role for you in terms of your advocacy efforts, but I presume also, for example, certain committees within the EP, right? I presume you also do quite a lot of work with LIBE, and just, do you see the delegations in these committees some way moving forward with mitigating the recently passed policies a little bit? I mean, obviously within the rounds, as you said, or is that also too far-fetched?
Not yet. Okay. Not yet. Okay. Not at all. Not yet.
All right. I guess on that high note, we can leave politics aside a bit. And perhaps talk a little bit more about your experiences as a filmmaker. You mentioned that you also got involved.
My colleague. You are my colleague.
Yes. Yes, I made that mistake myself, indeed. Yes. So you said that you went basically on a little odyssey to discover a little bit more about racism within Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Frankly speaking, this is as much information as I currently have. So could you please tell us a little bit more on what inspired you, first of all, to get this project done the way you've chosen to do it, and what have you discovered?
Well, my personal experience as a refugee showed me a lot of the flaws in the system, where there are, let's say, flaws in the structures that are put, that doesn't understand the needs and the situation of a refugee person who is living in France or in Europe in general. And then as I was filming my first documentary, which I made in Calais, northern France, from there, I started to see another realities, which I didn't experience. I wasn't put in a camp when I arrived to France, and I had let's say, more of a comfortable experience, because I had a sponsorship from a community in Alsace, near Strasbourg, where I was hosted by a family, French family, for the first 8 months, and they helped me doing my papers and do my bureaucracies until I got my situation, my status as a refugee. It starts with all the things that you see illogical happening around you and with you. You know, like, why all these impossible requirements, and then you finish with that, which takes a long time, and you are blocked during this time where you're waiting for your status. And now it's even longer because, let's face it, the refugee crisis, as they call it, has ended. So now even Syrians who have the right to get asylum, they are being given less forms of protection and temporary protections in these forms. And also the processing of a file could take 2 years or 3 years in some cases in the Netherlands. So it is, I've seen a lot of people struggling after they got their papers done, also with accessing to education or to the labor market and to housing and all sorts of struggles that people don't see visual to them when we talk about migrants and refugees. They think, oh, they arrived to Europe, so they are safe now and everything is fine. But actually, this is where the struggle begins. As I've heard it from many people. Like until today, for example, 10 years or 9 years in France, I didn't get my citizenship yet. So because the requirements are so difficult to have. There are this situation is like it always keeps you in an anxiety. You cannot feel that you are a citizen, you are a person in this country, you belong here. You always feel like you're threatened, your whole being is threatened. I'm always afraid that if the far right takes power in France, then they would expel all refugees, Syrian refugees back to Syria, which is something they are promising to do. And I don't doubt that they have the intentions of doing this. So all of these drives you to at least show the narrative to people. Like take a look. It's not victimizing, because also the film that I made offers solutions in many ways, and it offers it in a way, the whole topic, the whole narrative, it's not a way of victimizing ourselves, but rather expressing realities and seeing where are the flaws of the system.
Right. Thank you very much. Do you think now with your current new role, can you allow yourself to, by the way, make more films or more subject matters that would be fitting to that basically role? In the truest form, let's say, documentation of these matters, eh?
Yeah, I dedicated the last 10 years of my life as a journalist to making news reports and documentaries about the human rights, and especially the topic of migration and asylum. And I made very different approaches to it. So not only in one country, my focus is all across Europe, because it's a European issue. It's a problem that Europe is not dealing with correctly. And all of these policies are contributing to more harms, and they are counterproductive in many ways, and in many cases they have a high human life cost. So as a person who comes from this background, I cannot ignore those issues. I wish I came from a different background, and I would be emotionally feeling different about those topics, and I would maybe go cover the Venice Film Festival and make something more, relaxed.
Aye. But do you see yourself making new films in the future?
Yes, absolutely. I have 2 projects I'm cooking up at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can talk a little about one of them. It's going to be about alternative detentions. So we are searching and looking for better ways to deal with people on the move, so we don't have to make detentions that are very horrible all over the world, not only focusing on Europe.
May I take a step here to think that we're talking about the EU's externalization policies and a little bit of the new detention centers that are being built in Tunisia? Is that kind of the direction we're going at? No.
No. I'm not going to go into those new detentions that they are making. I want to more explore, for example, in France, you have, as I said, I had different experience than other Syrian refugees. So in the same country, sometimes you would find a place with detentions and a place that have totally different approach. And by reflecting on both examples in several countries, we can show politicians that it could be done. They do it, they did it, it was good. Let's further this practice and cancel the culture of building prisons. But the problem of externalization is a huge problem, and I wish that somebody could take, a good look at it from all perspectives, because it will. I know the stories that are coming from Libya now, because I work with refugees in Libya organization. They are colleagues of mine. And it is a dire situation of people being human trafficking, organ selling, all type of abuses and killings, and the violations don't end. And that is currently happening. And the EU looked at that and said, "Oh, that's a good practice. Let's make it on a larger scale."
I mean, I think it's also quite nice to note about the situation in Libya that the original kind of memorandum of understanding, as it was called, it used to be a pact signed by Silvio Berlusconi and Gaddafi, and we like to renew that on a European scale, indeed. But bon, maybe that's a conversation between the two of us, and more migration-themed conferences for another day. To come as a nice whole to finish you off basically in a nice ripple thread. We went through your experience as a filmmaker, through your experiences as an ENAR board member, but we have not spoken a word yet about the NGO that you are also brought into ENAR, which is the Female Initiative in the Netherlands.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit just about how you came to fund this?
New Women Connectors is a young organization in terms of years, like 5 years old, but that doesn't mean that the influence that it has, it didn't grow very exponentially in a very short period of time. It is a female feminist movement. We are only women in the organization as staff and a core team, but we have volunteers of all genders, and we have a feminist we are a feminist movement, and so we look at the policies and we do our advocacies and our project from this lens always. And our work is more towards the advocacy on EU and international levels to change policies. It's not more to work with grassroots communities, but to take the voices of the grassroots communities into the political spaces and to change discussions. So New Women Connectors, for example, have collaborated on a project, for example, that was called Eurocities. That was and there was a project called Mile, where they integrated consulates of migrant and refugees into the work frame of municipalities in Europe. To have always a migrant and refugee voice among the consultants of the municipalities. So every policy is being done on local level, it's been conducted with the concerns as well of the migrants and refugees who are living in those local communities. On international levels, we participate at COPE every time with our demands, with a big team of representatives to tackle different topics of the climate challenges, especially climate justice, which is a big topic that New Women Connectors work on. But to make it in a simple words, we are a group of enthusiastic people with migrant and refugee backgrounds who are living across Europe, working together, mostly remotely, to advocate, and mostly voluntarily, by the way, to advocate for migrant and refugee rights, especially in meaningful participation.
Sandra, thank you very much for your time and the well-rounded introductions into your work. Another interview, previous interview for this conference finished her intersection with a brilliant sentence saying that it takes a lot of time to be full-time employed for absolutely voluntary basis times.
Yes. Yeah, it takes a lot of devotion, a lot of devotion.
Indeed. Sandra, thank you for your devotion. Thank you for your time, and wish you best of luck in the future.
Thank you all. I'm so proud of your initiative, and I wish you all the luck, and I will be always here to support in any capacity.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
But I wanted to have a quick break before we get very quickly into our next speaker, who will be Marcell Lőrincz from the Hungarian Subjectiv Values Foundation. He will tell us a little bit more on what he personally, as an NGO leader, has experienced within ENAR, within United. So he's a very interesting person to that extent that he has been also taking on a leadership position within both of these clusters, and obviously fires his own initials as well. But before he explains us a little bit more on why it was worth it and why he felt the need to participate in this, I'd like to come back to where Kristóf's presentation finished. So Kristóf's presentation finished on the aggregation of different type of needs, and the discussion that we developed afterwards around how different type of minority stakeholders, may those be NGOs, may those be from different type of minorities, sexual, ethnic, racial, religious, whatever, can nevertheless coagulate into one productive forum that would be accessible and would be maintainable for the majority, at least, of its participants, right? Now, the key to this is, at least in our opinion, to develop an advocacy structure that truly does help to benefit everyone's needs. Maybe not at the same pace and maybe not in the same potential leverage points that can be explored, because naturally there are a lot of differences to different type of minorities and to different type of pursuits that they follow. However, if we follow up on the generation of a cluster and find a proper aggregation of our common interests in, for example, policy issues such as housing, such as environment, such as is formally demonstrated healthcare, there can be a new approach to how we conceptualize a minority right vision. So this obviously is something that takes time, and which I want to anticipate also at this current moment, that this is a long-term goal of any type of newly formed formation, because obviously it demands structure, it demands formally registered participation, it demands assets, and it demands, as Sandra so well put it, a lot of devotion from people to get there, that these needs are categorized and aggregated into a proper form and fashion. However, if it would happen, and hopefully one day we could be there that it does, the chances that we would have in advocacy forums, like presented formally by United and just now by Sandra on ENAR, are immense compared to what options we currently have available in our advocacy tools, not only countrywide, but also Europe-wide. Why? Because if we form a diverse cluster like this, we are eligible to far more diversified funding avenues than we are currently at, which is, in my humble opinion, at least a very crucial point to elevate at this point, because it does not look like Slovak funding will particularly increase. We saw that in Hungary for the last 10 years, that has been very much not the case, and the situation for the civil sphere has been decreasing rapidly since then. You have now also got your own wonderful agent laws, and it will most likely form into a construction where all civil society will suffer, but particularly minority civil society actors will be bearing the costs of this on the first hand. So, to pull together this network of knowledge that Kristóf in our first initial presentation emphasized, and to verify by this our accessibility to a broadly different share of funds that we've been applying for beforehand, is the option to go by. And this is where this advocacy forum has huge potential, to that extent that it can become already a cluster and join previously existing structures that have been highlighted, for example, by Bálint's first presentation. May those be participation at the OSCE summits, which are held at Warsaw. May those be participation at EU hearings or EU structures advocacy. May those be internal escalations, for example. Are we doing joint position papers? Are we doing policy reviews? Are we doing pre-reads to formally drafted new bills on, for example, some of the policies that I just mentioned, meaning now in Slovakia? These are all things where we can leverage a far bigger pressure point on decision makers and different type of institutions who would be responsible for these assets than we are currently doing. Even if it's speaking from a broader point, right? Because it addresses obviously a lot of different needs simultaneously. So I think that is quite important to note down. Now, to get to the next next point on this, which is how would this even function, right? What are the decision-making powers of such a forum, and what are its practicalities into how it would come to be? As Kristóf also answered in his first answer after his presentation, was that before any type of funding is allocated and before any type of institutional structure is created, it has to be coming from a grassroots approach. There's no other way for any type of civil society actor to form a larger cluster without the agreement and preposition of others. Hence, we would very much like for it to grow gradually and very much to come out of a consensus of what these shared advocacy goals, for example, in the long term would want to be. Thereby, the institutional alliance will come gradually. We are very, I think, committed from all of us here to later also allocate the option to make a different judicial person for the currently proposed cluster organization as well. And if you would have any questions on this or would like to inquire more about it, I think now would be a good time to address, because I saw Marcell already just joined the call, and I do not want to keep him so much in time either. Plus, not to mention, Marcell has experiences with this. No questions? All righty. Marcell, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome at the second Minorities to Minorities. Welcome to the second Minorities to Minorities conference. We are holding at Bratislava at the wonderful park in by Radissons. And so far we've spoken to two of your former colleagues, Bálint Jósa from United and Sandra Alloush from ENAR. We obviously spoke a little bit beforehand on what your presentation could include, and we will be very curious to find out on what's a route into these clusters and what these clusters could bring. But without much further ado, I'll let you speak and let you introduce yourself to our room. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Hello, Philip, and thank you for having me. I'm really glad to join even online. It's a pity that this week was crazy with other travels and I couldn't be with you in this lovely place. And I think we are sharing the same lovely weather. Budapest and Bratislava probably not far from each other. So some, how to say, light snow and becoming rain, but it's always nice to see the weather changes. So yes, I prepared a presentation which I will go through, but in forehand I can share that I'm active in civil society since I think 1992 or something, but in networks or clusters, maybe 10 years later, first I joined. So almost for 20 years now, I have a perspective to see how they work, how they function, what are the advantages and disadvantages, what are the changes so far, and I can share some examples. So let me see if I'm able to share presentation with you, which I prepared. Let me see. Okay, just one sec. Okay, so if I'm clicking on the... So what do you see? Presentation of mine?
Yes, we do.
Yes, okay, great. So that's what I will go through, and it makes, how to say, maybe easier to follow what I'm talking about if you can see what I prepared. So as Philip, you mentioned, I can share some knowledge about the United for Intercultural Action and about European Network Against Racism, better known as ENAR. But I also will bring some other examples from other networks or clusters, such as the INAH, which is the International Network Against Cyber Hate. It's a smaller network which is focusing on online hate speech and trying to involve and work with the big tech companies. And the other network is the EU-Russia Civil Society Forum, which is really describing what it is, bringing together the European Union and the Russian civil society actors, which is kind of challenging year by year, but it's still happening, and we can see and learn from each other with the international colleagues. So what I was thinking to be a good idea is to go and do a so-called SWOT analysis about networks and clusters in general. The SWOT is well known, like the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats. It's if you are managing projects or proposals or just basic project management is really widely used, and I really like to collect all these things. So just a little bit in general. So if we discuss human rights networks or clusters, what do we mean by that? So it's a platform actually where organizations, activists, stakeholders are uniting their strengths. So there is always a focal point where you are collecting around. It can be something like when with ENAR, if you see the examples, ENAR was funded by several organizations. So the original foundation was involving already organizations who decided that they would need one network, they would need a secretary, they would need a platform where they work together. So they together funded network. While United, on the other hand, it's the other side of the origin, where a secretariat or how to say, a small group of activists decided that they create a network for other organizations. So they created something what they offered where organizations should join or gather around. But always there was a focal point that you have something in your focus, you would like to achieve something. With ENAR, there is a very, I don't know, maybe I'm just repeating some details, or maybe even sometimes a little bit I'm mistaken, then please correct me. But with ENAR, the main goal was to represent the anti-racist organizations on European Union level. So when you are existing as an anti-racist organization in a country, you want your voice to be amplified and target the European Union stakeholders, the Commission, the how to say, the lawmakers. While United had a different agenda. when it was funded. It was to run campaigns and involve existing organizations to do it together, to strengthen each other's voices. So it's not a central voice anymore, but it's a decentralized. And also, when United was formed in the early 90s, the info communication was much weaker, so there was a need to have a, how to say, an informative center which is sharing the address, which is helping organizations and activists to meet each other and to know about each other. Now it's, of course, we are in a different era. It's not an impossible thing to find a partner online, but in early 90s, it was really, how to say, problematic. What we are having as objectives with this analysis, I just collected here. So evaluate potentials and identify, of course, all the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So let's start with the strengths. It's really always the positive thing, right? So why do you do that? How does it make you strong? And just very obviously, you can say that if you have a cluster or a network, then you collect a diverse, how to say, skills and knowledge base, because you can involve different experts. If you need any knowledge, you just ask the network, and you will find someone who can have that. If we are discussing, for example, minority rights in Slovakia, so maybe something happening in Košice, and you would like to have a closer look on that, but you are living on the other part of the country, then you can ask the network, and you can find a partner who is directly having a knowledge about the happenings and can share information about that. Also, if you need a good trainer or a good campaigner, you can look in the network. And so it's really adding together, obviously, all the resources. Sometimes networks also, how to say, sharing not just the personal expertise, but the common knowledge. So you can create platforms. ENAR and United has different platforms online where members can share, can discuss things, can share information. If I have, for instance, a news which I would like to spread all around Europe, then I'm not doing it by myself, but asking the network to do that. So I'm just sending to the center, and the center is spreading it all around. And ENAR is a good example about advocacy. So maybe I see a problem that there are, how to say, for instance, Roma students are facing some disadvantage in the education system, which is a structural problem. But by myself, I'm not strong enough to know what to do with that, who to approach. But if I give this need to the network, and the network has the expertise, the network has a secretary, the network has well-trained officers, advocates, like ENAR, who are speaking, these officers are speaking the language of this bureaucracy, because sometimes it can be very difficult to know how to put an advocacy effort into reality. Then your problem easily is becoming an advocacy challenge, and will have their own way. So It is also one thing which is really a goal to create a cluster or a network, that to give your problems a way to approach the stakeholders, the decision makers. And of course, the geography is also an important issue. So if you discuss Slovakia in your case, still it's a country, and everyone can come from different regions or cities or villages. So you can cover, of course, a bigger part of the geography. And the peer support, it can be very important. I don't know how does it work with you, but if you are working for minority rights, I'm sure that you are facing criticism time to time. There are political forces, activists, or just citizens who are not happy about what you are doing, and sharing negative messages towards you. But if you are working together with other organizations, it can mean a lot. For instance, just in Cyprus, a well-known organization, KISA, it's called, was attacked half a year ago. Their office was burned as a hate incident. And I know that even all these networks, because they are members also, I think, United and ENAR too. Of course, the networks, how to say, you are not giving money because hopefully they were insured. But the solidarity message that we are, how to say, we are really sad that such things happen, and we also support the organization KISA and its members by our messages and emotions. And sometimes this solidarity and these messages are very, very valuable as well, not just the financial support or the good expertise, but to know that you are not alone in your challenges. So let's see. Also the weaknesses, because right, if it's just positive things, if it gives only strengths to you, then of course you must do. But you should be aware there are weaknesses of um, of a network or being in a cluster. And I collected a few. It's like dependence on external funding. So if you create a network or a cluster, you have to maintain it, because on a good level for free, it doesn't work, unfortunately. So maybe the network itself can find the fundings, but in many cases, the network is also responsible to maintain it. So it will be a cost for you to be part of that. But how to say, I think it should be in a good balance. Everything costs money in the world, right? So you shall not expect something completely for free. It's how to say, it will really belong to you and mean more. It will mean more if you financially also responsible to maintain it, even with a symbolic effort. Both ENAR and United is requiring not too much financial support. United has a solidarity, how to say, a system. So richer countries, bigger organizations contributes more, while the usually the Eastern countries and grassroots organizations contributes less, or even they can ask for free membership or supporter status for a while if they can't afford the support. While the EU-Russia Civil Society Forum, for instance, is completely free for members, So that's also a nice option. On the other hand, I don't really feel that I'm part of maintaining it, right? So even with a smaller symbolic cost, it can give a feeling to you that you are part of that. The International Network Against Cyber Hate, ENAR, is a smaller network, has only like 30 organizations and members from all over Europe. But on the other hand, it requires more funding. So it's a percentage of your income. And I think this is the most expensive network what we pay for in this way. But it's because it's the smaller, all the knowledge, all the expertise is, how to say, easier to use and more direct for us as well. Okay, what I should underline from here. Yes, for instance, just from the back, the limited visibility, so struggling with recognition and branding. So if you start a cluster, a network, it will be something brand new. You have to start and build up something from the scratch. The first years maybe can be very frustrating because you are giving money, work, capacity, a lot of things to the network, to the cluster. And maybe in the first 1 or 2 years, nothing really too much is coming back. So maybe you will feel that you are just wasting your money and capacity. So you have to prepare it. It's like an investment. If you are opening a cafe or a bakery or a, I don't know, ice cream shop, it's not profiting from the very first moment. You need time to settle that. So the same is true about this. The internal conflicts, it can be very tricky. I don't know if ENAR or United colleagues were sharing anything about that. But if you are having a bigger network, a bigger organization, more people involved, more organizations, conflicts are coming because different opinions are coming. Just to tell you something, what even you think about the conflict in Gaza, the role of Israel, or the Muslim communities in Europe? I'm hearing very, very radical and different opinions from every side, and it's really hard to keep a balance in that. So if you are, for instance, in a network like ENAR or United, such a topic is not something you can just ignore. You have to say something. You have to represent an opinion, and you will have a conflict with many members or supporters then, because many of them will be upset that you are opposing their opinion, or you are not sharing, you are not supporting their opinion. So you should have really well-grounded rules from the beginning, how you deal with that, because even if you are discussing minority issues, like our countries are really polarized by politics, by political sides, right? So yes, I follow Slovakian politics, or if you have some information about what's happening in Hungary, at least, are like two-sided. Many people are going with the government, many people are really against and opposing. And if you are having a network or a cluster where you involve organizations or experts sharing different views on that, you have to deal with that. You have to make very clear rules from the beginning that how to avoid conflicts on that, because it's a very, very common issue that there is some political happening in your country, and you start to understand it differently, and you have a conflict and it's hard to solve. So you have to decide from the beginning how to react on such things, how you discuss, because conflicts will come for sure, and it's better to be prepared for that, how to solve that. Okay, so something again, something positive. Let's discuss opportunities. So if you have this network or a cluster, so what are the opportunities what is bringing to you? The increased funding opportunities. I think it's something which is how to say, kind of can be very important. We like to say that money is not important. We are not doing our work because of finances. But on the other hand, without finances, you can't maintain them your activities, right? So it's a very important, and you have to admit and accept that it's an important part of your work. And if you have a good network, if you have a good cluster, it can really help you a lot. You have a question?
Yes, apologies. We could not quite hear you in the last section, but I actually do want to also say that I literally just spoke about potential opportunities, but I think nobody has really ever spoken today, at least, enough about the potential threats.
So let's jump to the threats.
Yes, let's get into the dangers. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the political challenges. So if you run a cluster or a network, and as I mentioned already at the weakness part, that you have to maintain it, it's a threat that even at the beginning you have good opportunities to maintain it. There is a threat that you will face lack of support, and it will go dry. So that's a very bad message if a network or a cluster has to stop or close because of lack of funding or support. And I think it's I'm trying to see if it was here, maybe. Yeah, the second part, the security risk, threats or harassment due to visibility. So if you are stronger, if you are bigger, you are more visible. I don't know what is your situation. I already mentioned the potential hate incidents where a network or a cluster can be a very good emotional support and solidarity, how to say, family, but also your to say becoming a target. If you are part of a network, for instance, when we were active in the European Network Against Racism in Hungary, it was the highest peak of this anti-George Soros campaign. Why the Open Society Foundation is a large supporter of ENAR. So even myself or my organizations were not directly supported by the Open Society Foundation. We had how to say, a target sign also in the Hungarian harassment discourse, because we are active in a network which is supported by the Open Society Foundation. So, and also you are more visible than these organizations, these networks are, how to say, are bigger for sure. So as I mentioned, the EU-Russia Civil Society Forum, it has a very strict and very well-functioning policy how to protect the Russian organizations from harassment. So you have that organization is really how to say, using a lot of protection policies not to be too visible, not to share information about the members, while other organizations like ENAR is completely openly and with full clarity sharing who are the members. So you have to consider that as well, that you would like to be part of such a, how to say, a visibility or not. But if you are the creators of a new cluster, you can discuss it at the beginning, that will it be clear to the outside that who are the members, or you keep it in kind of secret, or at least less visible, because just to let me have just one really quick side note, that these hate perpetrators or hate activists, let's call them like that, are very lazy people and usually, fortunately, not too smart. So they really just look for until the first target. So it's really rare that they really, how to say, make efforts to find out things. So they go after the very first targets, and they find the first, let's say, victims. So you don't have to make a big conspiracy to hide your visibility. Just not put all the members' names and websites on the online, and maybe you will be hidden enough. Then the threats, the competition for resources. So on one side, it's an opportunity that a network can create resources. ENAR is giving subgrants. The Civil Society Fund is giving subgrants to the members time to time. But if there are more members, there will be a competition. So at the beginning, you think, it's great that 20 of you start something new together, and it gets, I don't know, 100,000 euros, and sharing 5,000 to each member to do something on your level. But then another 10 organization is joining to your network, and then maybe your organization will be left out in the next round to get that support, this 5,000 euros. So you have to deal with that. The misinformation, the damage to credibility. I think it's not just a cluster or network problem, but also if we see it, what is the dimension in a network? Like if you are member of a network or a cluster and it makes a judgment or a statement that you don't agree with, then many people will think that it's also your opinion. So once you are part of that, and then it's hard to say that because only for one statement or judgment you have to step out or leave the network, because you can't go with that. So it happens with ENAR, like I'm hearing many organizations, I just mentioned this Gaza conflict, that some organizations are really dissatisfied about the statements and judgments, and they are considering to leave the network because they cannot share those statements or judgments or that communication, because they feel that it's a damage to their credibility because they don't share that things. And it's how to say, it's like it's almost like a marriage, I would say, maybe with much more partners, of course. So it's not just two-sided, but you have to have a balance when you decide that, okay, I can go with this or I can't. And yes, the threats of a network is the reducing engagement. So yeah, let me share something, and it's really, how to say, happening during my active years with ENAR. I saw it a lot, and it happening always at all networks. I don't know how to call that, but all members, all supporters can be very much critical about how the things are going at the network, at the cluster. They have a lot of opinion, what to do, what don't. But when you ask their opinion beforehand, or you ask them to contribute, then they just completely disappearing and they are passive. So from a cluster or network perspective, it's really difficult that you have to do a lot of things and you will face a lot of criticism from your supporters or members, but you ask them to contribute or be part of these things, then they are not there. Of course, there is also, I see time to time that these clusters or networks are having their officers full-time employed. They have their working rhythm and routine, and it's just easier than not to reach out, not to ask around in the network or supporters what the network would like to hear or to do or contribute, because it needs more effort. So it's also really depends on the first, how to say, creating ground rules that how you define these, that who should be responsible for who. Like the network is running after the members, or the members are running after the secretariat, or how you find the balance, because it's always creating this, how to say, tensions, I would say. But as a as I'm saying that I'm active such networks for many years now, you have to accept that as a member myself or a supporter, I really accept if I'm left out from decisions, if I didn't contribute, if I stayed silent, if I stayed passive, then I shall accept what the others decided. But on the other hand, if I have an agenda and I would like to put it through, then I'm frustrated if there is no way to find it, how to address it and how to deal with that. So I have this hat from strategical part, from ENAR. As vice chair, I was responsible for strategic discussions or decisions. With United, I'm more involved to the operative part. So from that perspective, we have to hear the voice of the network. We have to listen, and even how to say, even we don't agree with that, it should, how to say, it should be always something you try to understand, that maybe it's not your view, it's not your value, it's not your, how to say, at first glance you would say as a person that it's not a right way or decision, but as it's coming from the network, you should, how to say, value it. You should see how to make it happen or to build it in, because otherwise you are just not listening to the network, and that's bad. So this is the reducing engagement. And yeah, final thoughts. I don't know about the time, Philip. Just I think it's the final slide is the recommendation. Uh, you should have a very well-functioning communication. It's up to you how you to do that. Maybe a nice communication platform and tool is good, but even the cheap and free platforms like Google platforms are completely fine at the beginning. Find out why you are unique, why you are new. Also define yourself very clearly, that why you are existing and what is your focus, what you would like to achieve. And yes,
give things to the network always as a secretariat. You should always see what you can offer and also take from the network. And yes, security and resource challenges, be proactive in that, learn from other networks, other clusters, so discuss with them how they find solutions for this. And yes, if you would like to be professional, because I'm also having a head of a grassroots NGO, we don't really evaluate ourselves from outside because we are really functioning without that. But if you have a network or a cluster, use evaluation methodology. That's always good to listen and hear how to say independent voices because it can be really helpful. Yes, okay, I will share these slides with you so you can come to this. Maybe the time is how to say precious or just to leave some time for questions. And also here is my email address, marcell@unitedagainstracism.org. So please approach me with questions or even if you need, how to say, advices for these questions later, I'm happy to share my views. So thank you very much. I stop sharing and here I am. If anything is coming up for more clarification or answers, I'm happy to react or discuss.
Thank you very much, Marcell, for this extensive SWOT analysis and a bit of an insight into your experiences, particularly also the recommendations for a new forum. Let me ask, does anybody have any questions to Marcell about his work with Subjectiv, about his recommendations for cluster organizations, remarks on his SWOT analysis? Yes, wonderful.
Well, thank you very much for the talk. It seems that the current situation in Gaza and Israel is a very polarizing issue. I've heard a lot of people bring it up. I'm in research. I know it's an issue there. I just want to ask, because this has been going on for 1 year, how do you think this issue will impact your field? How long will it continue to be so polarizing? And I mean, how should we communicate this issue, even if what we do is not strictly related to the Middle East?
Did you hear the question, Marcell?
Partly. So if you could, how to say, conclude the second part, because as I understood how the Gaza conflict is impacting our work.
I was just asking, like, what do you think, how long will this continue to be such a contentious issue, and how should we communicate our positions if this comes up in a not strictly related field?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how to say, the future of this conflict is really cloudy for me. I'm sure that the whole conflict started, or there was, how to say, at least one cause of this conflict was to divide Europe, or maybe the global political scene, because it's really dividing at least Europe. That's what I see. It's a huge challenge because it's really portrayed as a conflict between Muslims and Jews, and if we are, how to say, we are on the field of anti-racism or human rights, with the same body, we would like to act against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. So it's hard to, how to say, to present it like to judge all these atrocities and criticize both sides, because how to say, it's a very, very sensitive issue. And I see many organizations or communities who are more, how to say, influenced about the sufferings and atrocities only one side. And if you, how to say, if you have limited information, it's really natural that you start to blame one side, and you would like to see it in a simplified way, in black and white, that there is a good side and a bad side. So I have no clue how to solve that. But I think it's the only thing what we can do is to understand that it's a problem which is polarizing and dividing us, and we have to, how to say, concentrate on the things which are uniting us. So we should not try to convince each other that you are right in Gaza conflict and the other one is not, but accepting what people are feeling, because it's very, very emotional now, and see how we can proceed with all these circumstances, and how to say, create a solution on a network or a cluster level, which is not, how to say, destroying the credibility, not harming the membership, because that's what is our boot. So as United or ENAR, we are not supposed to solve the conflict in Gaza. It's of course it would be really great if it would be solved, but we should focus on what is our how to say, task. Our task is to work on a peaceful society in Europe and to work against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in Europe. So if we see anti-Semitism, we have to step up against that, and also if we see Islamophobia, we have to react against that. And we shall not, how to say, change the direction because we are following as private people the outcomes of the Gaza situation. But it's really hard. So thanks for the question. It's really something gives a lot of thoughts also to me.
Thank you. Any other questions so far? I just have like a small one. Just as someone who's working in this field, and you let us know so many things we can think about and we can implement, but like you can see right now we have a conference, right? We are talking about how it could look like trying to learn from organizations, but what would your suggestion be? Because right now let's say we end the conference in a little bit, and what should be the next step for us to really make something happen? What do you think is, because there's a lot of initiatives who are talking about it, but then again, eventually nothing really happens. So what do you think is that key, what like balances you through on, just talking about something and actually doing it?
Okay, thank you for also this question. It's maybe if you can make a discussion about that what would be the ideal outcome for you, if you can put a picture somewhere that would be really ideal if next year this or that is already existing. So if you make a kind of map with milestones, that where would you like to go at the end of the way, and what are the steps which are making you there, that's a good plan. On the other hand, to speed up the process, in your case, I would make a discussion if there is an organization or activist group which is, how to say, active and strong enough to maybe take the lead, not how to say, taking the ownership from others, but at least it makes very effective if you, how to say, give the floor to a well-functioning organization or activist, because maybe then we are closing the conference, everyone is going home, and you will go to your work next week and next month. But if someone feels that, okay, now the others are trusting in me, that I shall prepare something and take steps, then you will, how to say, expect it. But of course, it's depending on you if you have such an organization or person among you. That's really helpful. But knowing our regional culture, it's how to say, the reality that it's great if you can trust someone and support that organization or person, and then you can, how to say, go with the results which is coming up. Because if you are sharing too much, if you are saying that everything will be, how to say, a common effort, then it's very easy to end up that no one is doing nothing. So it's even better to give the trust and the first steps to someone or to an organization, and giving the lead, because at least then it's happening, than just waiting that everyone will give something small, because sometimes it's just not happening then. So, but it's up to you. It may I'm not you. I'm just saying that that's what I'm seeing many cases, that we are expecting that someone else will work, and then no one is doing that. But if someone is active now and would like to take the lead, then give the trust, discuss that what should you give and what you should expect. And if it's how to say, a clear agreement, then everyone can be happy at the end.
Thank you very much for the answer. Did any other question come up in the meantime? No, everybody's looking in front of them.
It's been a long day, yeah?
Yes. Thank you very much then.
Thank you for your time, Marcell. Wishing you all the best. We will share your slides later onwards through notes under the video files and your contacts.
Okay, I'm sending to you, Philip, and you can share it among the others. And it was really great to see you and hear you, and wishing you a lot of good luck and success. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice weekend.
You too. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Well, hi. Today I'm here with Malgorzata Chillkiewicz from Kalejdskop in Wroczlaw. Thank you so much for joining us. Malgorzata, would you also do us the pleasure to introduce yourself a little bit first to our viewers and the attendees of the conference?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Philip. This is a really great pleasure to be your guest. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you in person in Bratislava. It's a big pity, but we also celebrating now our 10th anniversary of our foundation. So that's why I'm here in Wrocław in Poland with the snow outside of my windows. And yeah, I'm a vice president of the foundation Kalejdskop of Culture from Wrocław. Should I start with explaining our and telling about our organization more, Philip?
Yes, by all means. Thank you so much, and congratulations on the 10-year anniversary line.
Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, today and tomorrow we will have like concepts and meeting. That's why I stuck in Poland. But back to our to my organization, maybe I will show you some photos to have better understanding. Wait a second. Yeah. Can you see? Sorry, I don't know. I don't share my screen.
No, good now.
Because you turned off the option of presenting, I think. I have said.
Is that so? Did you try to send me a request likewise with the recording, or?
Yeah, maybe I will send it later on, and you will like somehow.
Sure. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That also works. But
Okay.
if you tell us them more verbally, that I think that also is efficient.
Sure. So, Kalejdskop of Culture is a platform of intercultural dialogue. We were established in 2009 in Wroclaw, but as I said, we, as a foundation, were established 2014. So, for the 5 years, we were working like as informal group of many organizations that are in Wrocław. We like our first stone is signing of the agreement, Kalejdskop of Cultures, that were signed by representative of ethnical and national minorities from our city. What is important, I think, to underline is that in Poland we have really strict law about minorities. Not every European country it is like this. So there are like four points that you need to fulfill to be seen as an ethnic or national minorities. So basically in Poland we have only Belarusian, Czech, Lithuanian, German, Armenian, Russian, Slovak, Ukrainian, and Jewish national minority, and Karaim, Lemko, Roma, and Tatar as ethnic minorities. Every other group is seen like foreigners or migrants or refugees. And our agreement and organizations that joined this agreement were also organization of these national and ethnic minorities. Through these first 5 years, we, as I said, we worked as an informal group, and we saw that this is a bit problematic to do so with no own bank account in this every thing that is important to get grants and so on. So that's why we established a foundation. So, and that's why now we are celebrating our 10th anniversary. What was our goals in the first hours? We wanted to show that even in Poland, that seems to be very monochromatic. We have different groups of different nations and different cultures, and that we really all together build a kaleidoscope that is not that is an added value for all of us. And to be more visible, we thought that it makes more sense to work together than concentrate only on working in our own organization. And for sure, nobody left their own organization. There were still like Jewish, German, or Ukrainian minority organizations, and they were doing their own program as before. But once a year, for example, we did a big festival of culture and it was only possible because we were all together. And really 1,000 of young people joined this festival to see these different groups. I have here really nice photos, and I hope you will see them. There were very different groups that we showed. Some of them were very like children or seniors, but also professional musicians. So to show that every group have their own way to present their culture. That wasn't only task that we done last years. And 2016, as the first the war in the Ukraine starts, we also start our projects in Ukraine where we support psychologists there. Then we started our first school of intercultural assistance in Wroczlaw. That is still ongoing project. And now, since 2022, we are concentrating our work on refugees from the Ukraine. We've built a program of psychological support for the people that came here, that were forced to leave Ukraine. And we are also dealing with Polish school systems to help them have the children there at schools. Yeah.
Truly remarkable work, and thank you so much for this quick introduction to the organization. Obviously, we're presenting this interview at a conference in Bratislava to other organizations to whom we propose to perhaps join a similar cluster than your wonderful organization. Could you tell us a little bit more about the infancy of Kalejdskop, of how you got started back in the day when you said that you were kind of informally working beforehand? How did you aggregate, for example, the different stakeholders, the different minority fractions, and how does this coagulate into a generic fruitful work process from there onwards?
I need to say that it was like a process that was started because of informal meetings and because of friendships between people, because of some leaders of groups that now are not anymore here, but they were, I think the most important thing was really like some leaders that said those times, hey, come on, guys, we need to do it together because everyone makes nice concerts and we are present there and we have nice talks and so on. But when we would like to make a change, we need to take step, make it broader. We need to show us as small groups, but as very important groups in our city, to really more people, not only to our own groups and to our friends. And this is true that this is it was hard to for some organization, it was hard to open for other people. Like, to be a minority is also all connected with some fear, with this fear to be, that's why I think thanks to these groups, thanks that there were a group of people that thought similar, the other also was thinking, okay, let's do it, let's try. Maybe we can. It is worth to make this step. But as said, very first time it was like meetings of friends that from different groups that they decided together, let's do something more. Then we also have very big luck because of our regional politicians that were on charge those times were also very open and said, oh yeah, that's a great idea, let's do it, let's do something together. So our city of Wrocław from the very beginning was really have really big luck when it comes to our city major and so on, and the groups, and we from the start we got like big support from them. And as said, like with the time, we saw that it is not enough to be a group of friends. We need to have structures. We need to have a budget. We need to have a team. And like with even like with time, everything was established.
Thank you so much for the extensive answer and actually leading me perfectly into my next one. So about the structure and developing of the internal functions of budgeting and program orientation and I presume positions within the cluster itself, how did you go about this and how does a day in the life look like in Kalejdskop culture? Let's say, you have a new proposal that you'd like to present to the group. How do you go from an idea to an actual output?
It is also very important to underline that now we are working all together, but in our organization we have zarząd. We have, wait a second, I need to check this word. Board of directors, I would say. So we have the right to decide by our own. So we don't discuss every step, every decision with everyone. And this makes also our work easier because it is not possible to you need to when you are building an organization, you need to decide if you would like to make everything with everyone and discuss everything and have consensus of every single step. It is possible, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. And we decided, 10 years ago, we decided that, no, let's make a board of directors, 3 people are in charge here. I'm one of these 3 people. We decided by our own, we discussed it with our Rada Fundacji. Well, let me check that word because also I don't know what is the English name of that. Council, Foundation Council. This is another 3 people, and that's it. And and we have discussions and so on. We also we make meetings with representatives of other groups and so. But when we see the problem, when we see an opportunity, we can decide fast. That's why we also decided 2 years ago, as the full-scale war in Ukraine began, that we would like to concentrate our resources on that. And we know how to do MHPSS, how to do mental health and psychosocial support. So we would like to do this because we see big need, and it matched with our strategy, with our souls, and we would like to do this. And we know some minority groups in Wrocław are not very happy of that decision, but we decided we won't do big festival and big cultural festival in the time where we have war by our neighbors. We would like to make a stop in that. We won't do it again before the war ends, because this is our decision. And so as said, we are not stowarzyszenie, so we are not an organization for many organizations, and that everyone have a vote to decide, and we don't need to, when you see, we do meetings to hear the needs and to discuss and to give and to get energy from them, but we can decide fast because of the structure of our organization.
Thank you very much for the answer. Perhaps a little bit a naive follow-up question of that, if you don't mind. How does that come across with the network, as in the members of Kalejdskop Kultúr, to be, to some extent, perhaps a little bit excluded from the decision-making power over what the board ultimately decides? Or was there never really an ambition to clear out all the clutter among different minority fractions within Kalejdskop?
Sorry, Philip, can you repeat the last words, because I
Yeah.
have
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, no, I'm also a bit of a rambler. No, but the follow-up of the next question was that, was there ever an ambition to kind of ease the tensions between all composing minority fractions within Kalejdskop, or was it clear that that is a standard that cannot be upheld within maintaining operations?
You know, like, to be honest, it is not. No, it wasn't our ambition to be like representative of all interest in every time, in every situation, because it is impossible. And we know, and you know, like, we also see that during these 10 years, needs and organizations and people have changed. Our Poland have changed dramatically. Like in Wroclaw now, we have really we are really intercultural city, because we have a lot of Ukrainian migrants and refugees. We have really different, very different landscape than 10 years before, and we know, like, we are still in contact with different organizations. In some years, we have closer collaboration with some of them. It changed during the time. As I said, it's not important. It's not possible to be like to represent interest of all groups in the one time, because sometimes they are very different. For example, we are collaborating not only with minorities, but also with migrants and refugees and other ethnical and national groups that are in our city. And when it comes to Ukrainian groups, when you see minority groups, minority is in Wrocław, is in Poland, like that are people that are Polish citizens. Like to be a national minority, you need to have Polish citizenship. So for these people, it is important to learn Ukrainian, to know their culture, to stay connected with culture of the grandpas. And we have also Ukrainian migrants or refugees. For them, they are not. For them, the most important thing is to get a legal status in Poland, because they don't have it, or they can lose it. For them, it's very important to learn Polish, to understand the Polish environment. So, and they don't want to learn Ukrainian songs because they know them, you know. And so, on that simple situation, you can see that from the outside, you can see, oh, I don't listen to Ukrainian, but no, they have different interests. So for sure, we cannot be, you know, like for everyone. But what is really in DNA of our organization, that we are open for communication, we are open for discussion, and we are working on feedback. Like, this is also not so common in Polish society, to be open, to speak open, to get the criticism and to deal with that. And we are open of that, so that's why it is last situation from 2 weeks ago. I organized a discussion about change of situation for our minority groups due to COVID situation, due to Ukrainian war, and our guests were representative of Ukrainian, Tatar, Karaim, and Roma minorities. So, and the discussion was very nice and so on. But later on, I heard from Jewish community. It was so bad, because nobody from Jewish community were allowed to speak on the stage. And and I said, yeah, it was my choice to choose another 4 people because it wasn't discussion for the whole day. It was like 2 hours discussion, and let's do another discussion when we can ask you guys to join us. So like we are open for that, and I think this is very important when you build a organization or a collaboration to make this rule at the very beginning that okay, we are open for criticism, let us discuss, but do it in front to us, like send us an email, make a appointment, and we will find time to make best of that.
Thank you so much for elaborating on this. There's many interesting things that your organization does in general for me as a migration researcher, but I simultaneously also want to then still ask, other than difficulties that, for example, an organization would face once they're part of Kalejdskop, what does one has to gain? Let's say I'm a new organization within Wroczlaw. I see Kalejdskop Kultúr. I find it a very sympathetic collective. Let's say I want to join. What chances or what opportunities do I have within Kalejdskop as a new member?
This is a very good question. I can explain it on an example of Georgian organization that is new in Wrocław, and they didn't know about us, but we knew about them because they opened like a small library of Georgian literature in our city, like very small, but still. One of our colleagues asked them, "Hey, come on, you can see on our webpage if it is interesting for you what we are doing." So they did. Then they sent us an email. I made an appointment with the guys, and we discussed what they are doing now, what they are planning. I showed them what opportunities we have for this year, and we stay in touch. And we know now they are looking for a room for like some workshops for their children. So maybe we will do something together on the during the next year. But yeah, we are not doing something alone. We can give our knowledge, we can give our resources, we can make the organization stronger, but the organization itself needs to have their own idea and their own leaderships.
Thank you for your answer. Is there, by the way, a particular kind of achievement that you feel very proud of for Kalejdskop Culture's output so far, that like you think is like a milestone of like, yes, this is why we've done it, this is what we would want to aspire to do more?
I don't know, like there are different milestones that I think make us proud of them. For sure, establishing of standards for cultural assistance at schools. So we start with a school for intercultural assistance years ago, and now we, together with other organizations from the whole Poland, but we are one of these organizations that established standards for intercultural assistance at schools that are really that should be present in every school in the whole Poland. So this is really like something that we are proud of it. And it also starts very small, like this is the very good to show that even if you start something small, at the end you can have really like big impact. Because I think I feel now our small organization from had impact on the school systems in whole Poland. So this is something that we are really proud of it. And also this last 2-3 years, our last big projects like this response against crisis due to war in the Ukraine. I am very proud of it because we really established a whole system how to MHPSS help for support for not only for refugees and their families, but also for Polish schools and for also Polish citizens that are helping or supporting somehow Ukrainians. And it really works. And we know that based on our work, in another city, also such system is established. So this is something big.
I would certainly say so. That is very impressive. In addition on that, what do you think are the current, by the way, biggest goals ahead for the organization? Where do you look for the future? What terrain do you want to develop, or do you want to continue this path, about spreading it further within Poland, or is there like a whole new set of tasks that you have allocated to yourself that you want to execute in the future?
This is very difficult to answer this question. We are now in a process of rethinking about our mission and our goals, because we grow very fast last years because of the crisis due to war. And now we need to decide which direction we would like to go, if we step back a little bit, or if we would like to be more like a company. It is very tough to answer because for many years, for all of us, it was just a hobby, it was just like additional task in our life, because like working for minorities, for open society was something that make us happy and give us like and fun. But now it is very serious. So and it became a work for most of the team, and we need to rethink if we would like to work in that way. And this now this anniversary is also a good moment to do so. So we will have in December like a meeting with clever guys to make this strategy, rethink the strategy, and to see our resources, see our goals, personal goals, organizational goals, to decide in which direction we should go next years. So I cannot answer this question now. But I can tell you that like rethinking and meeting and thinking and I'm asking yourself about your personal goals, organizational goals, national goals, and so on. I think it is a very important part of our work. And I know for some of our team members, it is oh no, we will have another workshop and we need to think and rethink and let's do a work. No, we need to make a stop, and we need to make these discussions to really be sure that everyone knows what's going on in the organization, and everyone is really would like to do this job because it is a tough job for everyone, and we need to be sure that we are really going the same direction. Our boat is going the same direction for everyone.
Thank you very much for the answer, and yet again, congratulations for the 10-year anniversary. And within this 10 years that we talked about so far, you made it sound fairly simple and easy, right? It's a gross simplification of, yes, we build up the support system for the Ukrainian refugees, we've developed a school system for integration mechanisms. But other than just the grim highlights, what do you think was the biggest obstacles that you as an organization had to overcome so far? And for example, also what may be an obstacle for a general participant of the cluster would be of Kalejdskop culture, for like one of the smaller NGOs within you could elaborate us a little bit on that.
Yeah, like first first of all, I would like to say, yeah, like a financial part is in the job, like to get grants and so on. But to be honest, I'm not sure. Because this is the answer that at first come to your mind. Oh, financial is really complicated, da, 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 da. But on other side, I think no. I think collaboration with people is the tough stuff. In work with people, people are the most complicated factor. And because of our private also private life situations, sometimes we had maybe not problems, but work were more complicated. So I think to disagreements, discussions, that like different point of views, that is important to discuss, but these discussions are taking a lot of time and energy. And I think this is the part that you cannot leave it. Like you need to take it into account, but it costs a lot of time and energy. What else? Yeah, we have also like such normal problems, like we have a robbery in our organization twice. So it's really it have a big influence of our work, because it's we're not only about these belongings that were lost, but it was about our feelings in the office. I don't want to go there, so I don't feel safe there, and it was like a very tough time. This year we have this big water situation, this alarm powodziowy, I don't know in English, flood alarm. So also, our all big work that we've done because of our 10th anniversary party, where needs to go back because we have this flood alarm and everything needs to be cancelled. So these are our COVID situation. It was also too complicated for everyone. Like from one day to another, you needed to cut everything because it was COVID and everyone needs to stay home. So, but like I think these are problems that every organization, ecological, sociological organization, everyone have the same. So I don't know if I can tell you something specific. No, I think I cannot.
I mean, I think you already gave us sufficient answer on the specifics here. I'm sorry, my curiosity gets the better of me, but what happened at that robbery? Like, what was the general offices of the organization robbed? Do you know why, or like by whom, by any chance?
No, it was like a robbery. So someone took a lot of our belongings. The problem was it was twice. So twice in like half a year. So it makes it really it was very difficult for us. But we checked if it was a hate crime maybe or something like that. No. The policists told us this is like a really normal robbery and we shouldn't like personally. So, but of course they didn't find the person who did it. But our main office is in the center of our city. It is very beautiful area, but unfortunately a lot of drunk people are also and different people. So this is not like a very safe environment like I have here, for example, where only people are sleeping and have schools, but in the city center where everything is, going on, big parties. So we are not connecting it with hate or with something like that. It's just a robbery, but it was very bad for us. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear, but well, I guess to extent positive that it was not a hate crime or
Yeah.
motivated. Other than the robbery, you also mentioned the floods and the pandemic, which are things that are obviously out of our control. But the first thing that you mentioned is quite interesting, as in the biggest obstacle to collaborating with people are often people themselves. I find it personally very endearing. And I want to ask, do you have any notable advice within the 10 years of Kalejdskop navigating this niche that one ought to look out on once somebody wants to join a collaborative like this?
Really, like for us, the main rule is to learn how to communicate. That's why we made a lot of workshops for our partners, for ourselves, for now we are doing it for schools, and we really are. We don't sell it, but I would like to sell it to everyone to make a good workshop how to communicate properly, because I think really a lot of fights, a lot of disagreements or bad situations are only because people cannot communicate clearly. And when we really let our personal thoughts, when we leave all these things that we don't feel connected with, or we just communicate needs, we can find a solution somewhere. And so my big advice is to really learn how to make a big team training or training for everyone, that everyone can really communicate properly what their really needs are. And I think it would make our life and world a better place when everyone will communicate what they really need.
Thank you very much for suggestions there. Last thing that I think we need to talk about in terms of for people to know at least a little bit more on how Kalejdskop can run is the other problem that you mentioned in the first instance, which is funding. So I'm quite curious, how do you sustain your work? Do you pull together from all the different organizations? Do you apply for grants together? And has this become, I don't know, have you explored different ways, right? Have you, for example, considered European grants in certain arrangements, or does your main support still come primarily from like Wroczlaw and the area?
So we are at the beginning of our work, we were concentrated on small grants from our city council for Wrocław and Lower Silesia. We made regranting, so we as an organization get the grant and give some of the part of for the different tasks for another organizations. It was easier for everyone because some of the organizations don't have their own accountant and so on. So it was much easier that we took this all bureaucratical stuff on our shoulders and just give them money to make a program. Now we also are dealing with different donors, big donors like UN, nations, or WHO, but also smaller ones like still our city council, and we are also trying to start our. This is not business, but in Polish law, so NGOs can make some like business, and sell some products or some services to finance themselves. So we also are trying to sell some of our services, and from this money finance ourselves. But it is like we need to work on that. So what I would say it's very important is this to have sustainable financial for the organization is to have different possibilities, to don't stuck by one, because this one can be shut and then you stay with nothing. And what is also important to stay connected, because sometimes you need to have partners from different cities or different countries. So we are also trying to be present in different situations and different, I don't know, meetings and so on, to also know what's going on in other part of the world, to don't miss an opportunity that would fit us. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your answer again. So, Malgorzata, given that this interview will be pre-recorded on the conference and showcased there, I took a liberty to pool together a little bit of audience questions beforehand from the people who continue to work on the magazine. So one of the former ones was a bit obviously themed towards political dimension then. I'm not sure how much you're aware of what's happening currently in Slovakia, but the Culture Ministry is cracking down, let's say, fairly harshly on minority rights and minority visibility at large in the country. So one of my colleagues asked me to ask you, how does this political realm affect the current operations in Poland? Because you have been also not known to have the most progressive government structures in the past, particularly under PiS, and particularly if you mention refugee rights, for example, or integration procedures, one can imagine that might have not been always the easiest walk. How has the things developed from there onwards? Do you think you have more liberty to take up a bigger space or to take more action in certain fields than you used to?
Thank you for this question. Yeah, Poland is not. It's a very beautiful country, but it is not known as a not open and open country in Europe. And so, change of our government doesn't change anything for us. So, as you can, because it's also important. We are not working. Our organization directly is not working with refugees or asylum seekers from the east part of Poland, where the really horrible things are still happening, and human rights are not acknowledged from our border guards or our government there. And so we are aware of that, but we are not working with these people. We are connected with the organizations that are helping there. So we were also a bit naive, and we also thought that changing our government will change something for us, for the people there on our east border. But it doesn't change nothing. And now our Prime Minister Tusk said that he would like to avoid to give the people a chance to send asylum, to get asylum in Poland. So it is even worse than before. But for our work here, for our small organization here in Wrocław, nothing changed. What is not funny, but as our right Conservative Party were in charge in Poland, we found another granting from USA, because they were seeing that, well, come on, it is maybe something. So what I wanted to underline, that sometimes such conservative government can give you opportunity to get another fundings, because there are already enough private organizations from different corners in the world that would like to preserve democracy and in our East European countries. So in that time, we found opportunity from the USA. Yeah, but to be honest, we still we have very good cooperation with our local municipality, but we stay on the same page, and we discuss. Come on, for example, we don't have a strategy regarding migrants in Poland. And our local partners say, yeah, we also are waiting for that, because we cannot establish nothing that will be not aligned with government right lines, and they don't give any. So yeah, it makes all of us life a little bit complicated, but still we are doing the job as we did before. I don't know if I answer your question, but
no, I think you did plenty, particularly also mentioning Tusk's opinions on migration, or the access to asylum, let's put it like that, are more than questionable. And obviously, you're not the only organization in Poland who calls out that this change of governance has not been really a change in policy. If anything, if anything, a stark continuation of what we've seen in the past. But well, as you put it, it's also an opportunity to consider other options.
Yeah, maybe we need to see bright side of the light.
We need to find the silver linings where we can, eh?
Yeah.
All right, I continue with that manner from another person from the magazine, if you don't mind, who asked on how you go about outreach. And I presume this is a bit of a feedback to us organizing this conference, because we, for example, have been trying to put out this message extensively through social media channels, through making it a hybridly accessible conference, and etc., etc. But it's a bit difficult for us at least, to formulate a new concept on how we think about, for example, minority rights in the country, or in other smaller settings even, to bring that across also to, I guess, the generic participants for the cluster, but also for the broader public. Do you have any good outreach strategies or good practices that you think that can be particularly helpful on that, or is it just pain and gain?
Unfortunately not. We are also we at the very beginning of our work, we also decided that we are too small and we have too less people in our team to make our work in the whole region, and we are concentrating in our city, which is big enough for us. And now we are making outreach because of our PSS work in Lower Silesia, but it's not possible to connect with everyone everywhere. And what we did some years before, it was also incubator. I don't know if this word is English word, probably not. Incubator?
I'm not sure if it's English, but I do understand what you mean.
We made a program for leaders from different organizations from Lower Silesia, because we thought we cannot be as an organization everywhere, but we are good in making workshops and working education. So we ask leaders to come here in Wrocław, and we make for them a program so that they have got tools for their work in the region. And I think this is, and we on the same model we work now in the Ukraine. We give people tools We make trainings for them. We make support for them, like supervision and so on. But we know that they will come back to their own societies, and they should be ready for Rainbow. They should be ready for work, and we cannot do the work instead of them. And I think this is also our way of thinking. And we know there are a lot of big organizations in Poland that are making work in small cities, don't see, and without connection with the local leaders, then they go and it's nothing less. And we would like to make our job sustainable. So that's why we are not concentrating on making job everywhere with our resources. No, we would like to make these local leaders stronger, to make it more sustainable. That's the way that we are going.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, slowly edging on the 1 hour mark that we pre-agreed on, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but there's one very nice last question that I think it's also a good one to close on, because we started this conversation with basically how Kalejdskop got started, right? And one of the questions was, how did Malgorzata get started? So what was your personal input in getting so involved to becoming the vice president of Kalejdskop Kultúr, and what keeps you going on it? What are your personal outlooks for the future on that?
Thank you. I should start it with this question probably. I personally were connected with German minority in our city. So as I was 7 years old, I joined the group of German children here. I have no German roots, but it were friends of my mother's, and I joined them, and it was very normal for me to have these people as friends and to learn German and to have think together. And later on in my grad school, I recognized that it is not normal for everyone, and another children are now we will say they bullied another because I said, for example, something in German, and then I asked my mother, what's going on here? Why is that? And she tried to explain me, and it was it was not. I couldn't understand why is that? Why you cannot be like a German minority, and why can't you say openly that my father or my grandfather were German? Of course, our city and Poland were have suffered because of the Second World War, and this is this is part of our history. And our city, Wroczlaw, is former Breslau. Like before the Second World War, it was the German part here where I am living now. And because of this history, it was very it becomes something personal for me. Then I started to learn more about our region and how it became to be Polish region, and I learned a lot of personal history of people that were forced to leave this part of Germany there, or were forced to stay here. And as a young person, I was really crushed all of this thing, and I thought, no, it is so important that people should understand from where they come. They should understand who they are, but they really should respect each other. And it became to be my my personal mission to do so, and to show that you can really be proud and Polish, but you can and love your nation and love Poland, but you can be open for other people because they have rights to be handled as human beings and with respect and with openness, and that make us richer. And I think really our region is different than another of Polish regions because of this openness, because everyone here in Lower Silesia is migrants from somewhere, were forced to move here or because of the border change after the Second World War. And that's why we are more open than people in another Polish regions. And that's why our region, I think, is also good, like economically, like we have a lot of universities, and because I think it enriched regions and enriched our society here. And yeah, and it was the start. And I stayed connected with German minorities. I am connected with till now. And as were the discussions where should lead the Kalejdskop of Culture as a foundation, where should be there. I was one of the candidates that were young, with no children, and with full time to do something unpaid job. So yeah, so it was just like that.
Malgorzata, thank you so much for your time, full-time unpaid. That is something that I think resonates with all of us in the room and in general in this sphere. I wish you all the best for future endeavors. We will put you we'll put Kalejdskop's links and social media outlets available for the people who participate in the conference and also later on our socials. Again, thank you very, very much, and sincerely, all the best.
Thank you very much, and I wish you everything good for your conference, and stay connected, make nice discussions, and yeah, I wish you everything good. Bye, thank you.
Musel som veľa koncentrovať, ale sme už mali aj predtým niečo plány pripravené, aj čo sme počuli, aj to budú zahrnuté a prečítam to a budeme byť flexibilní, aby sme vedeli čím lepšie veci pripravovať na to, aby to bolo užitočné pre všetkých menšín. Že mnohí z vás neprekvapí to, čo teraz budem povedať, že využijem túto príležitosť na založenie komunitného fóra Minorities to Minorities. Zatiaľ pôjde o neformálne zoskupenie spočiatku bezprávneho subjektu. Chcem však dorazniť, že ide o začiatok. Ak v budúcnosti zistíme potrebu právneho subjektu, radi podnikneme kroky na jeho založenie, alebo budeme to podporovať aj my, keď to náhodou niekto iný by to chcel založiť. Na základe dnešných prezentácií a príkladov bude fórum otvorené pre všetky menšinové organizácie, ktoré budú mať oň záujem. Z dôvodu absencia právneho subjektu fórum zatiaľ nebude mať členské poplatky ani povinnosť účasti. Primárnym cieľom je agregácia potrieb rozmanitých menšinových organizácií na Slovensku. Preto chceme fórum koncipovať tak, aby sa na jeho aktivitách mohli zúčastniť aj tie organizácie a jednotlivci, ktorí by mohli byť z akéhokoľvek dôvodu vylúčení z procesu tvorby. Nevedeli o to, že to je, alebo nevedeli prísť, hocičo. Avšak dosť o tom, čo fórum nebude. Pozrieme sa, čo fórum bude. Od začiatku decembra bude na našej web stránke dostupná sekcia, kde sa budú môcť registrovať organizácie a jednotlivci, ktorí sa chcú pripojiť k fóru. Nemusíte sa obávať, o všetkom budeme informovať asi cez e-mail, môžete kľudne doma preštudovať šatoby. V tejto sekcii nájdete potrebné informácie o fungovaní fóra, jeho základných pravidlách a priestoroch, kde by sme chceli v budúcnosti usporadávať priame diskusie. Aby som však nezostal príliš tajomný, rád by som vám dnes tieto pravidlá stručne predstavil. Najdôležitejším pravidlom fóra je rešpekt. Kto bude šíriť nenávisť voči iným menšinám, diskriminovať alebo odmietať spoluprácu s ktoroukoľvek menšinou, nebude mať vo fóre miesto. K druhým kľúčovým pravidlom je proporcionalita. Nemôže sa stať, že jedna menšina, napríklad národnostná, etnická, hoci aká, bude dominovať väčšine spoločných cieľov. Zatiaľ, kým fórum nemá formálnu štruktúru, môže byť ťažké to zabezpečiť. Ak však do roka nezabezpečíme dostatočnú pluralitu vo fóre, budeme ho asi rozpustiť. Aj o tom budeme informovať cez e-mail, keby to sa stalo. Dúfam, že nebude. Samozrejme, berieme do úvahy, že nie všetky menšiny majú rovnaký počet organizácií či účastníkov. Toto je však otázka, ktorú budeme môcť riešiť až po založení fóra, napríklad prostredníctvom vážených hlasov alebo odsadzovaním pozícií, alebo vybudovanie lepší networking. V rámci proporcionality chcem zdôrazniť, že akékoľvek vyhlásenie vydané v mene fóra bude možné schváliť výlučne plenárnym zasadnutím, a to iba v prípade, že všetci členovia fóra budú mať možnosť sa hlasovanie zúčastniť. Ak niekto chce hlasovanie zdržať, samozrejme to umožníme, no nechceme nikomu nad hlavou schvaľovať dokumenty, o ktorých nemal možnosť vedieť. A to je zatiaľ asi všetko. Všetky ďalšie organizačné záležitosti chceme spoločne riešiť s členmi fóra. A naša hlavná funkcia na začiatok, chceme poskytnúť priestor pre neformálne diskusie, ktoré umožnia zdieľanie informácie a spoločnú tvorbu projektov. Chceme, aby účastníci fóra mohli nielen individuálne napredovať, ale aby sa rozvíjali aj spoločne. Smery a intenzitu tohto rozvoja chceme určovať spoločne. Ako návrhy na praktické aktivity môže ísť o ďalšie konferencie, spoločné školenie alebo verejné podujatia, ako napríklad Kalejdskop kultúrneho festivalu, čo sme už spomínali, alebo na Fusion Festival. Najviac však chceme povzbudiť účastníkov fóra, aby prispievali k spomínanej agregácii záujmov. V súčasnosti máme jedinečnú možnosť naplniť fórum ideami, ktoré chýbajú v univerzálnom pohľade na menšiny na Slovensku. Aj všeobecne. Pozrime sa, ako môžeme prispieť k zdravotníctvu, vzdelávaniu, otázkam bývania, infraštruktúry či ochrane práce alebo ľudských práv, alebo ďalšie návrhy, ktoré členovia budú mať. No a na záver, dovoľte mi predstaviť program, ktorý bude nasledovať. Naša minuloročná prihláška do programu Mário mala významný zdroj inšpirácie vietnamskou menšinou. Tá bola oficiálne uznaná za národnostnú menšinu v našej spoločnej krajine. Ale ako sa môže menšina stať oficiálnou uznanou, keď Slovensko takmer ako jediná krajina v EÚ nemá zákon o menšinách? Od detstva som stretával členov iných menšín, no o ich každodenných problémoch som vedel len veľmi málo. Napríklad mal som v škole spolužiačku s vietnamskými koreňmi a skoro sme nič nebavili o to. Aké podobné výzvy čelia maďarská a vietnamská menšina? Aké sú ich vzťahy s inými menšinami? Aká je identita vietnamskej menšiny na Slovensku? A čo situácia tých Vietnamcov, ktorí žijú v rámci viacnásobnej identity, napríklad s jedným vietnamským a jedným maďarským rodičom, alebo patria queer komunite? Ako si môžeme navzájom pomôcť? Tieto a mnohé ďalšie otázky nás inšpirovali pri vytváraní nášho často spomínaného spoločenského návrhu. Práve preto je symbolické a správne, že túto vynikajúcu konferenciu zakončíme týmto filmom. Ďakujem, že ste prišli.
Od relatívne malého veku som narážala na situácie, kedy mi bolo v podstate prízvukované, že nepatrím sem.
To bolo ešte počas strednej školy po anglicky, tak kričal na mňa, na nás, že na Slovensku po slovensky. A to bolo ešte, že sme rozprávali po anglicky.
Apukám vietnámi, és amikor felnőttem, akkor mindig kaptam ezekből a kultúrákból mindenféle csomagokat.